Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. And welcome back. I hope you're all doing well today, and I hope no one will notice that I forgot that I'm a VTuber. I need to actually start VTube Studio. Hold up, I need to put my online face on. Hope you're all doing well. Hello, 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 and welcome to the Friday stream. Golundia, good afternoon. Igor! Congratulations on the first. Good evening. Good evening, Igor. I hope you're well. Hello, hello. Alex, good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you? And Arian, good afternoon. Hello. How's it going, everybody? Maddie, good morning, Maddie. Deadtail, how are you? Hello, hello, hello. Okay, thank you for the streak. Maddie, thank you for the streak as well. Deadtail, thank you so much for the 10. Ring Song, hello, Ring Song. Good afternoon. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Today has been... Today's been a day. Let's start with the obvious thing. We're not playing Mechanicus today. Don't worry, nothing about Mechanicus. I need to play something that isn't... I just need to do comfort shit today. Just need to delete brain for a little bit. We'll continue Mechanicus tomorrow. Probably. We'll see. But for today, I need to just play some cards, dude. I need to just play some cards. I have with me sushi. I ordered sushi. So that's it. Chaos Zero Sashi. That's the plan for the evening. I don't even know where to start today. I don't even know where to start. Normally I tell you, oh, like, insert silly Karen-I problem here, right? Like, work's been annoying, there's a lot to do in the family. Normally I tell you anything like that. I'm not gonna go into too much detail, I'm okay. We've had a really unexpected loss in, like, our friend group here. One of my, like, long-term friends passed away yesterday. And I didn't know. Well, I didn't know until today. Obviously, duh, his family has better things to do than updating his stupid friend group. So, I'm a bit all over the place today. For those of you that had to deal with me in Discord this morning, I don't know, the day's kind of gone by like a blur. I don't know if I said anything annoying. Let it be known I'm just annoying. I don't know. That's where I'm at the moment. So we're doing silly bullshit today. We're doing silly bullshit today because God, I need to do silly bullshit for a little bit. Today is the day, the most obvious thing to say. I don't know. Some days are more days than others, Alex, if I'm being honest with you. Some days are more days than others. Before I do any of that, let me go get Maddie's duck. Let me go get your duck. Hold up. You've waited since yesterday. Let me go add ya. That's the wrong folder. That's the right folder. That's the wrong duck. Now Zoe's shrinking. Okay, this is going well. We're really getting there. Ah, there she is. Wonderful. Hold up. Aha! Flippies. Perfect. There you go. There you go. I think we can make her slightly bigger than that. Nah, not the Zoe. I need to move the Maddie. There we go. Much better. Whew. Much better. Do not buffers, Maddie Duck is appearing. It happens. It happens. Yeah, so I want to just play some CZN today. I need to burn through some Sortie, like for farming reasons. And I figured I haven't played like silly Sortie on stream yet, I don't think. I just want to do that. Get some energy to burn. We can play some silly characters, right? I'm too strong for Igor's stream. Too mighty. Too mighty for the bitrate. Maddie, eater of cables, slayer of uploads. That's exactly what it is. I have not prepared shit, by the way. I have not set this up to capture correctly. So this is going to be an adventure we're going on together. I have started OBS in admin mode. See? So that's going to make it easier, hopefully. But in reality, I have no idea. We'll figure that out together. I signed up for overtime tomorrow. You hate your job. Why would you do that? Oh, money. The answer is money. Good luck, dear. I wish you the best of luck tomorrow. Adventure! Right. Do you wanna go on that adventure together? Let's go see whether we can go on that adventure together. How do I start a video game? I'll preemptively apologize, everyone. I'm kind of all over the place today. I think in the span of the last 12 hours, I've learned, and then forgotten how to use a phone. I don't know. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Let's see. I know this is usually a problem to capture. I know it wants to fight me a lot. Let's figure out if we can make it behave. Because that would be really fun. That would be really fun. Can I make it capture as main game? That's the first thing we're going to try and do. Oh. Oh, it just does that. Oh, that's easy. Well, I fucking guess. I was prepared to fight. I had come bearing weaponry of different capture modes and Furthen! Hello, Furthen! No, what? You're so sorry? Wait, what? Are you okay? Are you okay, Furthen? Good morning. Hope you're well. Hello. Okay, it will be a short-lived adventure. It will be a short-lived adventure, for the game decided it was just going to work. You've done Airy in the game? Good! Don't worry. Don't worry, he's a big Aryan. He's got a sword. He's gonna come for you next. It'll be okay. Chances are Aryan's too busy playing League, a game that he would obviously never play. And Igor, thank you for the blanket. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Been raining all day. It's just been raining all day, huh?
What timeline have I gone to? Is a good one though.
Wheeze. Thank you for the 3. Yeah, cozy comfort game today. Cozy comfort game today. Actual GFL 2. I'll let you decide whether that's more or less embarrassing to admit to than League. Hey, play what you enjoy. I'm glad you're having fun with it, okay? Got drenched on my way home on the bicycle. Yeah. It's been heavily raining over here. Like about 2 hours ago, it was pitch black outside. Absolutely pitch black outside. Middle of the day and all that. We subverting my evil plans. This is part of your evil plans, Igor. Like, it does say that those 3 months are your fault. It does say that is your fault. I can read. Thank you again, Igor. I enjoy playing with my cute dolls very much. Thank you. Good. I'm glad you're having fun. Oh, Firth, and thank you for the 50 bits. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you, Firth. 10 minutes of rain, now blinding sunlight. It's bright outside again, yeah. I'm waiting for it to rain again. Those are the previous 3. What about that? Igor, behave. But thank you so much. And Ken, say hello. So, fuck. Things are just gonna take me a bit longer today. I'll constantly lose the plot of what I'm actually doing, hence why I didn't want to play Mechanicus today. Because I don't think tomorrow I'll remember what I've done today. If I'm being entirely honest with you, I heavily considered drinking. Until I was reminded that it was not that late yet. Well, I mean, it's 5 p.m., right? So... But, I don't know. MJM, good afternoon. Yeah, preemptive apology, everyone. Preemptive apology. I don't know. I do not know. It'll be okay. I do know that it'll be okay. I'm just gonna process things for a bit. Now, you wanna play some funny cards? Some of them is always after 12. You know what the German saying actually, right? Kein Bier vor 4. Kein Bier vor 4. No beer before 4. That's what that translates to. Meaning 4 p.m., by the way. For those of you already fiending for the 4 a.m. beer. I mean, yeah, that's 4 a.m. Like, you're probably still awake. Do what you want in that case. It's not like you have your life under control in the first place. Or you work nights, in which case, hey, let me not judge you. The company bar opens at 3 p.m. on a Friday, or at least it did when we used to have an office. Nice. It's 4 p.m. somewhere. Nice. Yeah, that's it's basically the same thing, right? It's basically the same thing. Oh, MJM, you okay? Are you alright, MJM? Sorry. What did I say? Oh, I'm so fucking out of it, dude. Apologies. Hope everything's alright, MJM. Works nights? That's why Maddie's sleep schedule is fucked and I never know what time of day it is for you. Here, apologies here. I'm a bit all over the place today. That's all it is. I'm a bit all over the place today. Early in the day, or like yesterday night, a good friend of mine passed. And I'm kind of trying to get to grips with that. The day is a day. Let's say that. I also mostly work nights, don't have much quiet during the day. See, that part sucks. No, MGM. Perfectly fine. Thank you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Don't have much quiet during the day. Like, don't have much quiet during the day. This is the reason why I like to do a lot of my paperwork at night as well, Ringsong. For me, luckily I'm in a job, in a position where I can kind of pick the times that I work at, right? Like I'm doing overhead shit. I have deadlines, but those deadlines are usually weeks or months in the future. I don't really have to present at meetings or anything like that. So I really get to pick when I work. And for me, there are 2 times when I really want to get work done, and that's mostly during night, or if I have like random spike of work energy, which happens every now and again. Every now and again, I go like, ooh, work. Let me just get everything done right now. And then I'll do that, right? And nights, like even for that, nights are always really nice. It's just quiet. Everyone else is likely asleep or like winding down for the evening, right? Much nicer than the cram sessions that you usually have during the day. Obviously, if you need to get a hold of anyone, I'll have to put that on the next day then. But most of the time, it's perfectly fine. Neffy! Hello, Neffy. Hope you're well. Hello. Alright. So, let's go play some funny cards, shall we? I hope I did this correctly. I never know whether it's going to be a slideshow now or not. That's always a bit of a crapshoot. But I think it's working. Let's go slide over real quick. Zoop. I do need to fuck with the volume. I can tell you that already. Oh. I need to fuck with the system volume. I can tell you that already. Let's do that real quick. I've messed with the bot a little. The bot should work better than it did yesterday. Apologies for the weird outage there. I think we've got that resolved. I think we're fine now. I've done some of my best work at 1 AM. Just asked the coworker who has received several messages from me at 3 AM so that I don't end forgetting that epiphany that hit me while laying in bed. Especially if you're doing like... I'm going to call it programming creative work real quick. Obviously, like, it's engineering work, which isn't necessarily creative, but we all know that sometimes the eureka moment, or like that moment of creativity where you can finally solve a problem in a weird but good way, those don't wait for you, right? They happen when they happen. And sometimes that's like in the middle of the night. Yeah, absolutely. I have sent a lot of emails in the middle of the night, but only rarely do I get like someone coming back to me and going like, hey, you sent this at 4 AM. Are you okay? I'm like, yeah, no, I'm fine. I've been confronted about this a couple of times. Never in a rude way, always in like a, huh? What the hell is this? Like, is the system bugging? Like, no. The best was, there is this, I don't know even what to call it, like let's call it a paralegal, at one of our local courts. And she does a lot of like the correspondence, stuff. Like I get to talk to her a lot. Her name is Martha. Martha. Martha is weird because Martha isn't the name that you expect of someone that is, I want to say like somewhere in their mid-20s, but her name's Martha. And Martha and I just casually chat. We don't really know each other, right? Like I don't know what her deal is. She doesn't know what my deal is. But we talk a lot when I have to send stuff in. I reckon she talks to everyone a lot. But she called me out on like late night emails more than once. More than once. Going. What the first time she talked to me was like, you know, I get a lot of weird emails here, obviously. People complaining, people like that actually have to work here. What I don't usually get is a professionally written email at 3:30 in the morning. I'm like, did it wake you? Why are you reading your work emails? He was like, no, I didn't read it. It was 10 AM when I read it. Normal people time. Like, yeah, I suppose. I start those messages with, this is for when you actually start your workday or the like. I tend to not send those emails to people that I know read their email from home. Or read their email while they're not at work. Because I don't want to have to preface shit like this, Kensei. I really don't want to, right? Luckily over here, you can almost guarantee that no one's doing that. The whole, if you're not at work, you don't read your work stuff is very normalized outside of some specific industries and people that are self-employed. I regularly get to attend online security courses. One main red flag is odd times of send email. Oh, is it? I didn't. Well, is it because like then it would be like a weird time zone? Is that the red flag there? Why did you say that name? .mp4? Wait, what name? Sleep deprivation boosts creativity. It breaks down the barriers of logic that hold us back. Yeah, but so does DMT. You don't see me like advocating for you going on the trip of a lifetime, are you? It's an Agent Batman versus Superman meme phrase. Oh shit, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I usually work late and start late, so often I'm sending a message to someone who is likely in the middle of dinner and will probably see it on their phone before bed. If you're working across time zones, this gets a lot more, I don't want to say a lot more dicey, but a lot more, well, or a lot less involved. For those of you that do work in different time zones, does the fact that the person that is receiving your email, does the fact that they're on a different part of their day make you more wary of sending them an email? Or do you just go, fuck it, cat's out of the bag anyway, they'll read it when they read it? Because I don't really know how I feel about it. I think my initial response would just be, the time zone's fucked anyway. Screw it, right? Like, I'm just gonna send them the email. And then it's not in my court anymore. Like, what's your response for that? Hold up. I have a bottle of water that I forgot to prepare. Because if my head wasn't screwed on today, I would have forgotten it. But I did bring a bottle of water. I'm firmly in they'll read it when they do. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, Kay. That's kind of where I'm at. You see, obviously, in a lot of cultures, like the work culture of like mandatory overtime or like additional work when you're no longer at work is pretty pervasive, right? And it's the same thing here too. It's kind of like pervasive everywhere, right? I call it the US work culture because let's be honest, there's one country that was predominantly pushing for this shit to be a thing. And while I can sit here and decry that thing's existence and tell you that it's bad and you should do better, I don't think I can be held responsible for someone reading their emails the moment they get them, right? Like, I can't babysit everyone. I'll send the email when you read it. That's kind of up to you. Like, you do that on your time, please. And if you are in a situation, or your employer is in a situation where they make you, or you are in a situation where you put this on yourself, then I don't think I can be held responsible for that. I have to work around my stupid work energy already. I can't take in other people's into consideration as well. The only thing I can do is recognize that if I send someone an email at 3 AM, of course they're not going to respond to it, and I would never demand that, right? The same thing goes for DMs. One thing that I'll always stress when I talk with people or when I start working with people and we message over like Discord DMs or something, if I send you a DM, I don't expect you to answer in the next 10 minutes. DMs are like emails. Answer tomorrow. I would like an answer in the next 2 business days, but I don't know, after 2 days I'll ask again or like go like, hey, quick follow-up. But some people send you a DM and then you don't reply within 5 minutes and they go batshit. God. I blame mobile phones for this, obviously. Every old person blames mobile phones for everything. What some people think availability, mandatory availability is supposed to be, right? Awful. Monitoring my emails 24/7 means I'm working 24/7? Exactly. And expect to be paid for 16 hours overtime. That is not worth the money. Correct. But some people think that they have to do this, otherwise they won't be paid for the 8 hours that they do get paid for. We need to go back to carrier pigeons. Not even that care. I don't even think we need to go back to less technology. We just need to normalize that just because you are available 24/7, no, just because you're reachable 24/7, doesn't mean you're fucking available 24/7. Because I'm definitely not going to be, right? I need someone to treat the text messages that way. If you didn't get back to them in an hour, they just started texting, please respond every hour until you did. And that would get them immediately blocked. Professional relationship. And that means you can't block them. Fuck. Also, hi Ham, good morning. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you no longer have to talk to that person. Awful. Awful. Normalization of healthy practice is too logical. Sorry, I tried. Hey, Luca! The people that freak out if you don't immediately answer are the type that thinks everyone is as chronically online as they are. But think about it like this. First of all, Luca, you're absolutely right? But think about it like this. Even if I am as terminally online as they are, how dare they assume that whatever I'm doing is worth less than what I'm supposed to do for them? You know what I mean? It's not really a measure of terminally onlineness. I mean, I am, let's be honest. And even then, like, I'm not available right now. Fuck that. Oh, good luck, Alondia, good luck. They're usually ones you have to talk to their direct report to get a response. Oh, yeah. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Like, answer in a reasonable time frame, on your time, whatever. If it's if it's an emergency, it will be in the header. I'll go like, hey, I need a response quickly or something. Any other email that doesn't say, hey, I need this right now, which you are never going to get from me, or most likely never going to get from me, can be responded to within days of reception. Like, it's fine. Absolutely fine. Alright, quick sip. Ah, I swear. I am currently really enjoying the fact that over here we've got a long weekend. Yesterday was a holiday. Don't ask me which one. I could not tell you for the life of me which holiday was yesterday. My boss decided to shut down the office today, so we have like one person on emergency and that's it. And they're getting paid overtime for it. And then on Monday, work resumes. But on Monday, a lot of work resumes. On Monday starts my 3-week work nightmare. I'm basically taking over my boss's job for 3 weeks. And I don't know how that's gonna go yet. I don't know how that's gonna go yet. There'll be a lot of things that I need to do, especially in the first couple of days, as I'm trying to get, like, this thing situated. I have the hope that I can do their job from home. Let's be honest. I have the hope, and I do think I have the means to as well, that I can do their entire job from the comfort of my home. And if I can, I'm going to be using this as leverage for a salary negotiation. Absolutely will be. But for the next 3 days, I'm standing in for them because they're on like a medical vacation. And we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that explodes. Someone explained to me that why it is that when I look for an inch scale on Amazon, I get scales on centimeter and millimeter, which are named inch scales. What the fuck? Do they just have both? Like printed one on front, one on back? I don't know. It's good to hear that the same coworker archetypes pervade throughout Europe as well. I mean, good, probably not the right word, but commiserate. Well, you know why that is, Firthen, right? That's not good to hear whatsoever. American corporatism. Is that what you would call it? Like, American work culture is such a pervasive, corruptive influence that that's why we have those people. Something, listening to your rock music, wearing your blue jeans and all that, right? Like, at the end of the day, that's really what it boils down to. I'm pretty sure, like, toxic people in the workplace have existed long before the United States were ever founded, but maybe it was still legal to stone them back then, I don't know. The Tuesday after next is a public holiday, so the full week off. Shall sleep like the dead and just relax. Hell yes, Kensei. That was kind of my plan for today too, but we didn't really get there. It even says it's in centimeter and millimeter on both sides, and I'm like, I want inches. Why do you think I searched for inch? That's so weird. What the fuck? That is so very weird. Why would they do that? Alright, everyone. Let's go play some cards. I keep saying this. So today, for all of my non-CZN players, I don't know, I'm gonna be explaining what we do. For everyone else, we're playing Sortie. We're playing Sortie! Sortie is a new mode that they introduced this season. Ooh, free stuff. Oh! Persona equipment engraving effect? Oh no, what happened? Oh no, what happened? Oh no, hold up. What happened? I need to see the patch notes. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no, what did they... If they burned the 50%ers, what happened? Panic, 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 panic. Hold up. Known issue confirmed? Is that the one? I hate Maneuvering Stove. It's such an website. No, that's not it. Friday patch complete? It's Friday, right? Is that the one? An issue where an engraving effect is applied incorrectly. Very helpful. That is a great patch note. Okay, so what are the fixes? An issue where the engraving effect is applied incorrectly. An issue where bind stack count for Shizuru's Shadow of the Moon card is not being reflected accurately. Who fucking cares? Well, Shizuru players, but whatever. An issue where animations in the score tally appears abnormally when using the Blooming Love cards effect to discard bullet cards with blessing applied to them. I knew there was going to be some wonky Adelheid stuff. And that's it. Can I have an explanation on what actually happened? Hold up. Response and compensation regarding the engraving application issue. Where the persona equipment engraving effect was applied differently from its description. What does that mean? Those who achieved a place in the rankings using the aforementioned method will be removed from the master rank. We would also like to apologize for the inconvenience caused and will be providing compensation as details below. What? There's another post. Hold up. There's another post from 12 hours ago. An issue regarding the following engraving effect has been confirmed to be working differently from what was intended. When an ally haste card is activated, it increases damage amount of the next attack card of this unit used by 25%, one time per turn. Okay, somehow the haste engraving was fucked. Never mind, I'm not using it on anything. Okay, we're fine. I've yet to touch Sortie. Sortie's really fun, and also the thing that is, like, the best to farm, Luca. Like, don't let that pressure you into anything, but I'll take 3 Abyssal Cores. That's 3,000 currency. Also, 5 time-limited delegation modules is kind of nice. Some of mine are running out in 5 days. I need to burn some of these. So, I was explaining what Sortie was before I got shocked by patch notes. Will I do the Sortie event / contest? Is there a new one? Oh, no, I'm not going to, Weiss. I'm not going to. The 30 challenge mode runs. I've done like half of those by accident, but no. In your case, too long didn't read free shinies. Correct, Naja, correct. Like, I will probably do them, but I'm not going to take part in the contest, Weiss. I'm not going to. The screenshot challenge thing, I do not know what that is. I know they've done a couple of like screenshot challenge thingies in the past, but I don't tend to take part in those. Almost never. Let's see. What's this? Let's see. Okay, and stove loads like crap, as always. Defy our fate, Server Asia. Like second line of participation. Oh, example, never mind. It's an example. Must be completed on level 80, while the other 4 categories must be completed on level 65 or higher. I don't know. It's a Sortie run. No, that's exactly the one that I was talking about. It's the like weird Sortie challenge one. Clear without legendary mythic. Yeah, like we've done like half of these, but now I'm not going to. I'm not going to. That's the one I meant. It's good that we've confirmed that we're talking about the same one though. Right. We're just gonna do like a warm-up run. Let's just warm up a little bit. Hell, we might not get past the warming up today. We'll find out. Alright. For drafted combatants right now, we have Yuki, Adelheid, Tiff, Kayron, Veronica, Owen. Wow, there really is only one pick here, huh? So what is Sortie? CCN is a roguelike deck builder. Sortie is the unhinged version. Usually, what you do in CZN is you go on your run, and then just like in UMA, you get data or trainee data afterwards. Save data. And then you use that save data in other game modes to do things. Sortie does not have save data. Sortie is just unhinged bullshit. A lot of effects are much, much stronger than in normal mode. They're a lot more, they're a lot less plannable. Things just kind of happen to you in Sortie, and a lot of the times it can be a bit of a wild ride. So that's what we're going to go into. You also don't start with a team of 3, you start with a team of 1. So we have to pick one character and then go from there. I'm going to roll Yuki. We're just going to run Yuki. Yuki right now, you see this red symbol? Yuki right now is actually getting buffed. Because Yuki isn't very good. Yuki isn't very good at all. So what they did was, for this season of draftees, they're giving a 20% crit chance and plus 100% crit damage. That's a lot. But minus 20% critical damage for each enemy that's present. Okay. That generally means that we're going to be a lot stronger into single target. And we should have a much, much easier time clearing. We're also getting 15% more black mass, which is what we're here for. Whereas for the other draftees, we're only getting 5%. 8% attack, 10% crit chance as well, which means we're going to be on 30% crit chance baseline. They keep buffing her and she keeps staying not good and it's wild. Here's the thing, Luca. So Yuki's weird, for those of you that aren't familiar. Yuki was the second character they ever implemented. Haru was a launch character, the next banner was Yuki. And Yuki has one interesting mechanic to her called inspiration. We're going to talk about it as we get into the game. But Yuki has always had bad numbers. She was supposed to be an AoE DPS, someone that was good at taking care of multiple enemies, until we figured out that the game was best played if we loop dumb shit and just kill everyone one by one. And as such, Yuki has never really, like, she is undeniably good at AoE, but she's never had a niche where that was important or relevant or even wanted. So for the last forever, they have been trying to buff Yuki. We're currently on the 3rd iteration of Yuki buffs. This season was a rather tremendous Yuki buff. Many of her cards just got buffed in numbers. It's still not enough. So now she has a temporary Sortie buff. Last week, Haru had a temporary buff to her anchor shot, which was cool as well. This is temporary now, where we just do more damage. Or have a higher crit, and therefore do more damage with that. Let's go play Yuki. We're gonna be on hardcore mode, because what else is there to play? You know what? I had to search to find the inch scale. I had to explicitly search inch scale with inch. And then we're still like the 10th option down. What the fuck? That's ridiculous, Neffy. That's absolutely ridiculous. There's no way. Neffy, oh no. That's... So, what are we on? Here is our Yuki. Oh shit, we start on Freezing Blade. Yuki has 4 basic cards. We've got Longsword Slash, a general 1-mana attack that does a bit of damage, Inspiration keyword. Most of her cards will have this. If we draw this through an ability, this inspiration thing triggers, in which case it's going to cost 0. If we draw this for turn, it's not going to trigger. Exceptions will apply. My Yuki is E2, I think, which means for the first 2 turns of a battle, even when I draw for turn, inspiration triggers. But don't worry about that. In general, we want to draw things through abilities with her. We have Rapid Slash, 276 damage, almost double the, no, way more than double the damage. And Inspiration gives us 30% more damage, but costs 2, really clunky. We have Flowing Parry, this is just a shield card. Prepare to Subdue, this is our first, like, real card. For 0 mana, we draw an attack card of this unit, and then we increase the damage of those cards by 40% for 1 turn. This has some really funny upgrades, where we will draw 2, sometimes we'll draw 3, depending on divines. This is the means by which we will most likely trigger our inspirations as we draw cards from the deck. And then the random card that we start with is Freezing Blade, This is what I consider to be like her most important card, or rather her core that she plays around. It's an upgrade, so you only ever play it once per combat. That says when an inspiration-enabled card of this unit is used, 120% damage to all enemies. So now whenever we do the thing that Yuki does, she hits all enemies. This is very good. We're just going to take random fates. I really fucking hate Faithless Path. Faithless Path means you have to carry that, you have to carry a debuff to the 3rd floor. The debuff being 2 of your cards randomly cost more mana, which is obnoxious. Pilgrim's Path I like more, that's the other one. It's just annoying. But Faithless Path I tend to never pick. It doesn't matter. Affid, you are the best duckling, well done. And hello from work. So what do we have? Each turn when shield is gained for the first time, we don't need to look at that. Gain 1 anemia, gain a random rare fate. That can be pretty powerful. Anemia is a curse card that does nothing and blocks our deck, but so be it. Gain a random fate, gain 50 credits. Sure. At the start of battle, create a random monster card. I'm not reading the rest of that. Apply a Sacred Divine Epiphany on 1 random card. This will upgrade one of our random cards. Right now, there are only 2 upgradable cards in our deck. Either Prepare to Subdue or Freezing Blade. I wouldn't mind either of them upgrading, but this isn't really what I consider a power spike. We can get Divine Epiphanies on cards for the low price of 30 credits. We'll just make it to a shop. So let's go roll this one very quickly. Gain a random legendary weapon, increase attack of allies by 5%. This could be a lot. I'm going to take the rare fate. This rare fate could be anything. It could even be good. And Liku! Liku! Hello, Liku. How you doing? I saw the painting of your tabletop roleplay character. Hella cool. Hella cool. Reminds me a lot of another streamer that I know called Mook. Muke's character looks very much like that. So let's go random fate. We're getting an anemia, this is just an unplayable dogshit card, and we have Overload Insight. At the start of the turn, if the total cost of cards in hand is 8 or more, gain 1 AP and draw 1. This won't do shit for us for a while. Our entire deck doesn't cost that much. So, let's see whether we can find more card draw at the start of turn. We get our second character added to the party here. And we get Amir, Adelheid, or Khalib. These are all tanks, all 3 of them. Amir LARPs at being a tank, and thus we're not going to look at Amir. Owen isn't a character that exists in the game. What is this game? Why did I not even see that? I just saw Liku got really excited and went, ah, Liku! I didn't even read your message. I'm so... My god. What's this game? This is Chaos Zero Nightmare. Chaos Zero Nightmare is a turn-based deck builder. It's a gacha. It's a free-to-play gacha. But... think kind of Slay the Spire meets kind of Darkest Dungeon meets kind of Everything is Awful, the video game? I think. Free our boy? No, kill him. I don't like Owen. I think his place in the story is perfectly fine. He's about to be written out of the story next month, so... I don't like his playstyle. That's my problem with him. We have Khalib, who is mostly partnered with other people that play very high-cost cards. We have 1 high-cost card, so a bit of a shitty pairing. And then we have Adelheid. Adelheid just got added. She's the new character that just got dropped. And Adelheid is pretty decent shield protection. Actually, Adelheid's pretty good at Sortie, it turns out. Let's reroll Khalib real quick because we're never... Ah, Nia! Fuck, do I pick Nia? No, let's go pick the child. I really want to play Nia, but let's go play the child. It'll be fine. It should still be free just because mine isn't even leveled. Random question, did you play our adventure guild before? I remember the name, Nephi. Quote me, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was the game that I looked at and went like, oh, I cannot deal with that art style. I think that was the problem with it. Like, oh, I cannot deal with that art style. And then I just didn't. But I don't necessarily remember. There was something about it. Maybe there was something about it, maybe there wasn't. I might confuse it with something completely unrelated. Sounds about right? Okay, then it was that. I just lost Sortie with my Yuki wasn't doing enough damage. How did I burn water? And what do you mean, how did you burn water? That's perfectly normal. Yuki isn't what we would call plug and play. Let's go with that. So we just went over Yuki's cards. Let's go look over Adelheid's cards. We have her 3 basics. Gather Around. This is just a defense-based damage. Adelheid is a tank, so all she does is defense-based. 2 shielders. Whatever. Once Upon a Time. Apply Blessing to 2 random cards in draw pile, then draw one of those cards. Blessing is when this card that has Blessing moves to the graveyard, you gain some shield, but only if you're below 30% shield. So it provides a baseline level of safety. And then Truth Behind the Story is a 240% defense-based damage and adds a debuff onto enemies that makes them take 100% more damage for 1 turn. Unfortunately, we do not have any of her... I mean, Once Upon a Time is great, but we don't have any of her good cards yet. Yuki got 300 more attack than mine. Does she? 800. We're only at 30.8% crit. I think one of her nodes isn't leveled. And that's a problem. But other than that, should be pretty chill. Remember in Sortie, all, like, the equipment doesn't matter in Sortie. Everything that you've equipped on them is moot. So it might be like partner, because she is sitting there with a max level partner. For now, we will pick our path. We don't want an early camp. We could take an early campfire for inspiration reasons. Fights, events, quarter point, or like halfway point of that stage. I do kind of want to get to these elites down here. I do think I feel... You know what? I feel elite fighty. I don't feel enhanced elite fighty. Let's go up. Let's go up, and then we just go straight ahead from there. Alright. First set of enemies. We immediately draw Anemia, of course. Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? So, 1 hunger to all monsters. Hits us for damage. We currently have nothing. We have 3 mana at the start of a turn. We're almost always guaranteed to open and prepare to subdue if we find it. This draws us a rapid slash into the wrong target. I should have clearly attacked the guy that was about to hit me. I didn't do that. So now we're just going to take very unnecessary damage. It's starting off great. It is going so very well. Let's go draw our Once Upon a Time. Our deck's empty. Once Upon a Time doesn't draw when the deck's empty. Of course it doesn't. Why would it? What? Why would it draw when the deck's empty? Fuck it, let's go get Freezing Blade going. Hit him with a book. Call it a day. Today's starting off so well. And then we didn't crit. That's okay. Oh. Light Feeder. So Light Feeder is a bit weird. This thing has Remnants of Gold. Gain a large amount of credits when this monster dies. However, when a card is used just before was a card from the same combatant, decrease Carapace of Greed by 1. Carapace of Greed says minus 10% damage amount taken for each Carapace of Greed. So right now, this takes minus 90% damage amount. If we play the same combatant's cards one after another, this goes down by 1. And after a couple turns, this thing runs away. So let's play a bunch of successive cards. Probably should have just gone Flowing Parry before, but whatever. It'll be fine. We block through that. And then we hopefully draw more than one card per combatant. Never mind. We're just gonna be slow. It'll be fine. It's just gonna run away now. It's actually going to detonate now. Can we do anything about that? Our inspirations are all turned off. We could crit it. Critting works. Remember, critting always works. 35% of the time, or 38% of the time, it works every time. We got our first card. We could pick Once Upon a Time as an upgrade. No, thank you. We're not creating cards at all. Residual Herb, which makes shields, and when you use it, it makes a spore. Or Heavy Bash, which is a really, really heavy attack. We're going to take none of those. I don't know what to do with any of these, so we're just going to skip out on them. First event. Cave of Sudden Death. Okay, fine. Cave of Rerolls. We get some currency. We're about to get some more currency. And now that we've done the important stuff, let's go get the guy out of here. Let's go get the guy out of here. Thank you. God, the rolls are haunted today too. When attacked, enable inspiration effects for one random card in hand. This is a weird way to get inspirations to work if we draw them badly, but it is a way to get them to work. Cave of Caves! Also not incorrect. So, Hounds, Gloomy Beasts. These are just going to be sitting there for a bit. And you can see there's a follow-up attack now that we've attacked something with an inspiration card, and there's another one. And this is why Yuki is allegedly good in AoE situations. Because you can get a lot of AoE attacks out of her. Not necessarily a lot of AoE damage, but that's for later. I need sleep, Maddie. Sleep well. Good night. Criticism of Discord. Unfortunately, meh. We don't really have Resolve, and we're not going to be stacking Resolve, so this is nothing. Trickery Strike is a hit. Enables inspiration for a random card of this unit in hand. There is a Trickery Strike I really like. It's not this one. And then Friends from Fairy Tales is a Adelheid card that makes a Teddy. When Teddy's used one counterattack and for one turn retain counterattack. I find it really hard to care about that. But this might be the survivability we're looking for. Weirdly enough, this might be the survivability we need to get through this stage. I'll take that as a defensive tool rather than not take anything. I want to eat that one? Cool, you can eat that one. We're going to remove a card. This flowing parry. Good. We are hoping for many, many more of these. This is our halfway point through the stage. We're getting our first equipment. Assault Gloves. At the start of battle, 3 counterattack, 1 fortitude. Counterattack is a defense-based move. Adelheid has a bunch of defense. This might allow her to contribute to damage ever so slightly. We'll play it and see what happens. The robot or remove a card. I don't actually know what the robot does. I do know that removing cards is really good, and that's all I care about. Because we have a lot of Adelheid cards that need to go away. We're going to basically remove all of her basic attacks. We're going to keep all of Yuki's basics, except for the shield. And then, eventually we can remove the 2 costs if we find more cards that are good. A Freezing Blade. And some shield. And of course we open the anemia. Wonderful. I have had worse opening plays. Hit you. That's such a waste. Fine. Hit this one with a book. Hit this one with a really big sword. Problem solved. There are a couple of cards we're really looking for. This one is one of them. Wonderful. This is Flash Slash. 276 damage to all enemies, and on inspiration, the cost of it goes down by 1. So, really good AoE. It's not upgraded yet. We'll find a way to upgrade it. We could do that right here if we just took the campfire. And then we go Elite Shop. Let's do that. Let's do that. Ah. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're doing that. How are you? If you wanna have a fun moment, Magnus, see whether you can like look at the start of the VOD. For a fun time, check the start of the VOD. Good evening, Magnus. Good evening. I hope you're well. Let's go Flash. So flashing allows us to upgrade a card, in essence, and if we use this on an already upgraded card, we get to pick a Divine Epiphany for it. We're going to see whether we can get the right version of Freezing Blade. We can, in fact, not get the right version of Freezing Blade. We could skip this right now and then try again. How much to the start? When the yapping starts. Somewhere when the yapping starts. I don't know. Could not give you a time stamp because, my god, I don't even know how long I've been live. No idea. We could just take the left one, and the left one's fine. There's a version of this that says that you hit one single target twice instead of hitting an AoE. That makes her better into boss fights, and it's definitely my preferred upgrade. But in the interest of not wasting 30 here, and because this one is kind of playable anyway, let's just go pick that one up. We found a Prepare to Subdue, that's actually kind of cute. Into a Flash Slash. And you can see we've kind of got a bit of draw synergy going on, right? Like Yuki needs her cards to be drawn, truth behind the story needs to be played before you play Flash Slash, unless you're me and you don't pay attention, in which case... no you didn't, that didn't happen, don't worry about it. See, much better. And then we pass on this. We get clawed twice because of the blessing armor that we're getting from Adelheid. We live pretty easily here. And then we just try to convert more of these into lethal. Marshall! How you doing, Mars? Hello, hello. A Fate! Gain a legendary equipment refined with a random added effect. I've never seen that, what the fuck? When drawing your own attack card through an ability, 75% more damage to that card for one turn, increase damage amount of exhaust cards by 25%. The exhaust part doesn't matter, however, we do be drawing our own abilities. Let's do that. Once Upon a Time, Sacred Strike, or, much more importantly, Iceberg Cleave. This is our big hit. This is the big Yuki hit. Weirdly enough, it does less damage than Flash Slash. But, you know, I didn't design her. I would have changed that. 228% damage to all enemies, and on Inspiration, it hits again. We get to double hit with this. At the start of the battle, gain more shielding. That's kind of cute. And shop. First thing we do in shop, we Flash Slash. We could get one that makes it cost 0. Let's do that. And then we're going to be removing a card. We want to get rid of these fairies protections. We really don't want to draw those. Those are pretty bad. A quick check through the shop. I don't think we'll be picking anything up because the good things all cost 200. But there is a Trickery Strike. There is a Trickery Strike. I'm gonna bring that one. This is unupgraded. The one that we could previously pick up was already upgraded, but it upgraded into the bad one. This one we can still mold. So, Welcome to Family Head. This thing's forceful. At the start of the turn, activate a random card from hand. It's tough. At the start of the turn, decrease damage taken from the first attack card of a combatant by 50%. And when a monster acts, apply Weaken 2. What did it just activate? It activated once upon a time for free. That's so nice of it. Thank you very much. What did it draw? It drew Longsword Slash. That's so cute. Let's go into Freezing Blade. Give this thing its debuff. And then we're gonna try and hit this for as hard as we can, which isn't very hard. But we sure as hell are gonna try. Thank you, Yuki. Now we're getting hit. Now we're getting hit for a little. We also only have it force-activated Fairy's protection and made us pay for it. Obviously, we have to pay for it. This is Teddy. Teddy's gonna make sure that we don't actually take any damage. Cool. And then we're gonna Iceberg Cleave. Now comes the time where we do not have Auto Inspiration anymore. Until now, we had inspiration for cards whenever we draw them, not just through abilities. That's gone now. Now we actually need to draw them. So let's try and do just that. There goes my mana. It forced a Flash Slash. It made me pay 2 mana for a single Flash Slash. Cool. We're putting 2 more blessings into the deck. We don't get to do anything that turn because it made me pay full price for a card that was supposed to be cheaper. It forced a Fairy's protection. That's fun. Trickery Strike unfortunately picked Longsword Slash. And then Iceberg Cleave is just going to be a hit without inspiration. It'll all be fine, Magnus. I hope you have a wonderful evening, too. It'll be a longer evening now. Okay, it force-activated a 0-cost card. That's good. Thank you. Very kind of you. We can drop a book on it. We can hit it relatively hard. That's something. Double crit. Double crit's nice. And then... You know what? West allows us to put a card back on top of the deck and then draw 2 cards from that combatant, which means we're going to be drawing it again. Wonderful. That's pretty good. Because of Teddy, we're not going to take any return damage here. Adelheid is just slowly but surely freaking out. I didn't know. This is why I advocate, Magnus, for reading the room before doing something, right? This is why I always advocate for, like, hey, read the room. Like, it's a skill lost on many people. Also lost on me sometimes, let's be honest. Hey, reads description. How are you doing? What are we getting? We are getting a Spore Harvester, which I'm not going to be playing. I still have Spore Harvester fatigue from last season. A Once Upon a Time with 1 damage reduction, which I'm definitely not going to pick because fuck that. And a Prepare to Sub that says at the start of each turn when this card is the first card used, draw 2, and otherwise a basic epi. Sure. I'll happily draw more Yuki cards. This thing replacing itself is really nice. It going +2 if it's the first thing we play as well is even nicer. And I can mess with that. That's 60 money. Thank you. I don't value any of those equipments. Ah, delicious, delicious resources. I love you so much. All right. Sweet Dream is what lovingly nicknamed the Fuck Fox. This thing steals your cards and needs to be hit a certain number of times to give you the cards back. And Plague Lord has mechanics. I don't know them. I just punch it and then it dies, but it has mechanics. So we're going to be playing Plague Lord. This thing's also weak to order. And if I'm not 100% mistaken, Yuki is order element. So we can hit that. We get another fate. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Punching it die sounds a lot like my gameplay. There are some bosses in the game. Nev, there are some bosses in the game where unironically, that's all I could tell you about them. Plague Lord is definitely the one. Plague Lord is the one where I go like, this guy, I punch this guy, and then he dies. That's all I know. That is all I know. I know he goes through mask phases, and every now and again he becomes invulnerable as he goes through those phases. I could not tell you what the phases are. I could not tell you what they do. Sometimes he hits me really hard, but mostly he's dead before that happens. The one that steals your cards, I just keep punching. Yeah, Fuck Fox does nothing else, right? It has a 2-part attack going into a 3-part attack going into a 4-part attack, but that's all it does. Its only mechanic is it has a stack on it that goes down when you punch it. So just keep punching. That's all you need to do. Alright, exemplary harmonization. At the end of the turn, if AP is 0, then you gain 1 more next turn. That's cute, and we might be picking it. If an even number of cards not reading that, gain 200 credits for every 100 credits owned. Increase damage amount of attack cards by 3. We are too broke. And limitless proliferation. At the start of each turn, create 1 random basic attack card from those currently in possession. I have fuck all idea if this triggers inspiration. I don't think it does. Either way, there really is only one character that wants limitless proliferation. It's Chizuru. Even for Mei Lin, this one's a bit shit. We could do this with Yuki, but I don't think it triggers inspi. So, let's just roll this one. Each time a status ailment or curse card, I'm not reading the rest of that. Give me more AP. Just don't fuck with Judas without knowing the strat, just saying. Judas as a fight definitely is the first moment that you run into something that punishes you for not reading mechanics, right? Like, he's really the first guy that says, hey, you have to stop. Like, you just have to stop. Third Kadek. Oh, Senmetsu. Let's not. I'm contemplating making this a Serenial run. However, we're going to be hearing Senmetsu a lot. We're definitely rerolling Kalip. We're definitely not picking Amir. As much as I want to make this a Serenial run, we could make a Serenial run afterwards. I'm not playing Luca. Lucas. Luca, doesn't matter. I think we're playing Ray. Gain 2 random unique cards. This could be a lot of bad stuff. We could reroll Ray. But also Ray has snack time, so let's just play Ray. It's 20% more damage as well. Ray has a passive... Ugh, fucking Strike of Darkness. Disgusting. Ray has a passive at E6 that says everyone around it does 20% more damage. Or rather, plus 20% more to their multipliers. Which will help because Yuki is still relatively low mold. We are probably going to take this path down to this elite, camp elite shop. There's no shop on the road, and we still want some fights. Judas is definitely not too bad now, you're right. We did a lot of like funny little barrel strats at launch, obviously. Stuff that is now, I would say, highly no longer relevant. But we thought we were being clever. Hey look, we found damage. Yay! Ray living proof that the darkness can still be used for good. And cookies! Speaking of cookies, there's snack time. Choose 1 card in hand to exhaust, heal 264, draw 1. Fucking love snack time. If you have never seen snack time, now you have. You're welcome. Barrel just got outscaled by 9. Funnily enough, that isn't true. The major problem with running Barrel over running someone like 9 is that Barrel requires setup. The Barrel setup requires you to not only set up 4 opening founts, or as many opening founts as you can per turn, but then to also set up a trigger for spores in hand, to then proliferate spores so that your hand is as full as possible with exactly only spores. That by itself is annoying to do. You could play Hue and end your turn instead. You know? And playing Hue and then ending your turn instead has a lot of appeal. That's kind of why 9 sort of took that job. When we're talking about outscaling, then one thing that's really interesting, if you look at the current Great Rift, I don't think 9's anywhere to be seen in it for 9 reasons. However, day 1, there were like 4 barrels in the top 10. They're not there anymore, obviously. But barrel is still like a lot of people's favorite way to accomplish basic bullshit. Mutation confiscation would be so funny if I could guarantee that we're not drawing our other basics. Let's go grab snack time. Makes me wish they kept the April Fool's card art. I would have loved for them to keep the April Fool's card art, or fuck it, let me buy them. I will buy them. Give me a card bundle that says like $9.99, whatever. April Fool's card skins. I will buy them. Like, absolutely. But no. I'm not going there. I'm not going where, Ham. Hold up. Go ahead. Go ahead. I want you to. Well, this is funny. Hit. I said hit, not crit. That's my mistake. We didn't crit. I wonder whether we can just ignore the eggs. I reckon we can ignore the eggs. Hold up. Let's not ignore the eggs. Let's just blow them up. Not that we're doing anything else anyway. Why have long setup time? We can have big number. Yeah, exactly. Very true. On launch, Barrel carried me so much. It is kind of crazy what happened between launch and Season 2. Or rather, what happened between launch and the end of Season 2 with Barrel, right? Because at launch, it took the player base approximately 24 hours to realize that Barrel could be used for evil. Back then, getting 4 copies of Opening Found wasn't all that easy. I only ever had 3 before I gave up. But even with that, you could commit quite the war crimes. We just didn't have a good way to populate her hand, right? Obviously, you have Heavy Weapon Specialist, but Heavy Weapon Specialist needs to be drawn, and you can really only play 1 per turn, so you're filling up her hand at a rate of 2 immediately and then 1 per turn afterwards, which is awful. The team can supply the milk, clearly. Correct. Listen, you made me. I'm not judging you. I'm not. Listen, this is what I'm gonna, this is all I'm gonna say. This is, the left side of the screen is doing a lot of heavy lifting sometimes. That's all I'm gonna say. I know full well what game I'm playing. I know full well what game I'm playing. And that is fine. That is fine. Oh god, I'm not leaning into this playstyle. No, but once we hit Season 2, obviously we got Spores, right? And Spores did a lot for Barrel, and also a lot against humankind. I think Spores are inherently evil. The problem is now that Barrel is pretty much undivorceable from Season 2 content, right? And that's annoying. I would just like the money. I don't need the rest of the event. Goodbye, little spirit. You're going to a zoo. Or a canning factory. I don't know. Lead didn't trigger. That's a bit unfortunate. So we have to Freezing Blade and do this like in single mode. The problem is in single mode our damage output is non-existent. If we West this anemia, we're drawing 2 actual cards that Yeah, we're drawing 2 actual cards. There we go. The first strike crit and the follow-up did it. Well, it's still not a follow-up attack, but there we go. Thank you. West, by the way, a partner that has historically been awful and still to this day is considered not great. And I can't even argue against it. West is just such a letdown. Garden of Secrets. I really like Garden of Secrets, and I think we're picking it here even though it doesn't provide us any damage whatsoever. This is just a shield card that then retains some of our shield, which allows us to play slightly safer. Because we're not playing HDMI or like comparable characters, I reckon, especially as we head towards floor 3, some of our fights are going to be a bit more drawn out. The other 2 obvious choices are Prepare to Subdue and Belligerence. Belligerence for the longest while has been Yuki.card. This thing released with Season 1, and we haven't seen it ever since. They keep banning it from everything else. Why? Because it says if you don't have attacks, draw 2. For the low cost of 0. This card's stupid as fuck. This and the fucking aggression card was almost exclusively what Yuki picked up as generics. And it's pretty easy to see why. But we just don't have enough attacks to do this. We're gonna pick up Garden for safety. It's pretty inobtrusive. But who knows? That was the wrong step. I wanted to go down. Never mind. Never mind. This is a bit of Yuki. Listen, here's what we're gonna do, okay? After this run, we're gonna do this again. But we're gonna play Heidemery. After this run, we're playing E6 Heidemery. And you'll get to compare, even without knowing anything about the game, you will get to compare between those 2 characters. And you tell me which one of these is better. Oh god, that is awful. Oh lord. Oh god. After you're gonna play Broken 2.0, but Senmetsu? Wait, which one is Broken 2.0? I would say, I don't even know whether Serenial was Broken 1.0. I really love her design. Here, my problem with Yuki is that I kind of don't. I really dislike her outfit and I really dislike her combat stance. Like, the actual, like, mini combat stance is fine, but, like, the animation on Iceberg Cleave, and you know exactly what I mean when I say I do not like the animation on Iceberg Cleave. They recently, like, the recent scene that they had with Yuki during the Adelheid story, right? Like, there's so much they could do with that character that isn't, I forgot to dress this morning. And in terms of her combat design, I will tell you this. I think there's a really easy way to fix Yuki. If it just wasn't her flopping about, I would be fine. Yep, that's exactly the point, Luca. Here's the easiest way to fix Yuki. Stop giving her higher numbers. Every patch now, we keep getting higher numbers on Yuki and they're still not high enough. There are 2 things you need to do. There are 2 things you need to do, okay? A. Make Iceberg Cleave have a higher fucking number than Flash Slash, for crying out loud. Put this to fucking 400, who cares? No one's gonna mind. It's not gonna break the game. We're currently damage looping 16,000 potency per turn. Do you think anyone's gonna mind you hitting someone for 400? No. Double this. Don't buff anything else. Leave the other numbers where they are. And then, you know this card? Change this to not be 100% damage to a random enemy. Make it a fucking extra attack. 100% extra damage to a random enemy. And while you're there, do the same fucking thing for Freezing Blade. 120% extra damage to all enemies. Just make this shit an extra attack. You now haven't really increased her main kit's numbers, except for the one card that should have a good number. But you've given us a mechanic to scale her off of. Now we can scale her off of extra damage. Now we can scale her with items that calculate extra attacks. That's all you fucking need to do. But for some reason, we're trying to reinvent the bloody wheel with her. And it's just not necessary. It's just not necessary. We're not picking any on that. Let's go insp. Oh, the sips today. Instead, they could also trigger an additional extra attack. Well, right now, they're just random damage. What I mean is, yeah, you could make them extra attack twice, but that's just Hugo. Just have those, like, they function like an extra attack already, right? They trigger a bonus attack. Just make them count as an extra attack. That's it. Like, no reason to get fancy. We don't really have a lot of Yuki cards. This is going to be our biggest problem. We're trying to snipe the text box card. There it is. This is what I call the text box card. It has a large text box. And now we're looking for iceberg cleaves and flash slashes and almost nothing else. We're always going to open on this. If we have the other prepare to sub, we're going to open on that too. Like this. And now for my next trick, eliminate. And then we did not eliminate. So now we get hit instead. Never mind. Could have crit, you know. Could have crit. Ah, there's the crit, now that we don't need it anymore. Love that. This is a blessing card, right? So we do get healed. Blessing inherently doesn't heal, but Adelaide's partner has a clause that says when you play Blessing card, heal. So realistically, we can do this, and then we just hit it. And bleh. I do not like this Resonating Darkness. We don't need another prepare to sub. We need attacks. That's all we need. Let's see whether we can take an enhanced elite. Oh no, Evil Spirit Salamander. Never mind. It was a good run, everyone. I am playing this 3-cost Garden of Secret because I feel like we have to. We're going to be here for a little while, everybody. We're going to be here for a little while. Good luck. So, every time we hit this thing, it's gonna give us a contamination card, which is just poison. Let's see what we can find. We're definitely going Friends from Fairy Tales. I feel like we desperately need that. And then we're just gonna hit it. Because we do have to at the end of the day. Boy, am I glad I picked up... oh, there it is. Boy, am I glad I picked up Garden. Full glad am I with Garden. We should be fine here. We have a bit of a confusion problem. There it is, Induced Confusion. Draw 3 is a hell of a card, it turns out. But look at the estimated damage we're about to take. Fairy's Protection. Flash Slash. We're then going to snack time the contamination. And we're hoping for kind of that, but not exactly that. Prepare to sub. Iceberg Cleave into normal hit should do it, hopefully. Okay, Iceberg Cleave by itself does it. Alright. Sometimes 40% crit is enough, turns out. At the start of battle, create a random monster. Fine. I guess now we have it. 60% damage amount to 1 cost cards. I do not like this upgrade. 80% shield gain amount. Cool. Adelheid's really getting there in terms of shielding, huh? Let's go flash. We are flashing. You'll see that we're almost exclusively flashing Yuki cards. That's not necessarily correct. Once Upon a Time needs a flash, but it needs one very, very specific one. We're going to try to go for this now. I would like the 0 cost. There it is. Wonderful. This card is really cool. This card is the wrong card. Never mind. There is another version of this card that says 0 cost, exhaust to pick a card in your deck, draw it, and give it blessing. It has initiation, so it always starts in the opening hand. This will be fine. Apply blessing to 3 random cards of the combatant who owns the discarded card is okay. We discard like an anything Yuki card, and then all of her stuff is blessed. Is fine. Nothing to majorly write home about. Let's go kill the anemia. And then we're looking for really anything. Rocket Adorned Cape is really nice. But I'm gonna roll down here a little. We mostly... Maybe? No. Mutant Spikes we're not gonna get to utilize. I did roll past Clock. Clock would have been cool. We'll be okay. Adel's just pure shield? Adel is really just pure shield, yeah. There is a sub-build of Adel where you can build her a little bit of damage. I don't value that build at all. I don't think she does anything as a damage dealer. You can set her up for like a pack dog attack, but it's so much effort for like what, 14,000 potency at peak? Blah. I'm not gonna bother. We found an Abyssal Boog. Decrease 1 morale of all enemies. Okay. We will be playing this, funnily enough. Are we gonna play this? I don't know whether we are, actually. We will be playing it later. We're gonna discard this, draw 2. Wait, what? It does... This doesn't draw anymore. This just says 3 of Yuki's cards have Blessing now. Rapid Slash... Flash Slash and Trickery Strike have Blessing now. That's... cool. Free Pred Blade, I suppose. Alright. Lousy. I don't think we're firing friends here. We could prepare to sub right now. But what we're drawing into isn't relevant in the slightest. Then again, going Trickery Strike into Rapid Slash also does not feel great. Let's see what we draw for Prep to sub. A free Flash Slash, that's hot. The problem with friends from Fairy Tales is that with upgrade cards, you usually want to play them early to get them out of your hand, right? That one gets out of your hand and then makes another card that is now stuck in your deck and is in your rotation all the time. In Teddy. And any card that doesn't further the state of the deck is usually a bit of a tough sell. Prep to sub first. I don't like paying for it, but we will. Trickery Strike. That enables all inspirations in our hand, which is wonderful because we can now prep to sub again. We get to Predator's Blades. And Yuki attacks. Whee! Enjoy your Friday pizza, Galondier. Stay safe out there, okay? We got below half. We made it somewhere. We made it somewhere. However, if you... there we go. There it is. If you take a quick look at the freak out bar, you will find that Adel's freaking out now. Please? Child? Please? No? Fuck. There is nothing left. Oh. We now have what I would call a lot of HP left. Good. Well. I love that. Fucking hell, that's a lot. Adel's coming out of it now. The stress this thing causes. What the hell? Is that lament? On action 10 stress to a random combatant. That's what it is. Let's just set this up real quick. I do want a happy ending here, and I think we do this first. This animation, by the way, is gorgeous. And if you don't love this, you don't have a heart. Ray's not coming out. Oh, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, come at me, idiot. Another million stress. Ray, thank you. We are now finally back. That was a painful absence. I would like to point out that this says enable the inspiration for one turn when inspiration enabled card of this unit is used. Damage to a random enemy. Never mind, we don't have the inspiration version of it, that's why it doesn't trigger. I was gonna complain, but I would have been stupid. This can be saved? No, this can absolutely be saved. It just doesn't look good. There we go, that's all we needed. That's all we needed. Adel generally Adelheid does one thing very well, and that is sortie runs. She almost does nothing else very well, if I'm being that harsh with her. I don't really like her in any other content, but in this one, fuck yes. I don't really mind, if I'm being honest. Let's get our stuff, and into the last zone we go. Here we are. Oh. Well, that sucks. Let's go, Cold Sweet Dream. I don't know whether we've got any game on Cold Sweet Dream. I would have liked a Formica. Formica is like our dream boss fight, I think. Cold Sweet Dream gets a bit spooky. Remove up to 3 cards! We've done a pretty decent job of removing stuff, so we do not need this anymore. Skip. Activate a random attack card in hand, doesn't matter. Odd number of cards, not reading that. Draw pile is 1 or less, no. Saffron Fate. Decrease cost of the first card used by 1. One of these days will get Prismatic Fate. That requires you to have all 3 of the Fates and then leave an area. Oh. Do we get Hue? Hue Ambush. I don't want Hue Ambush right now, if I'm being honest with you. So Hugo's nice, but it's a bit late and we don't have skill cards. Well, we do, but we don't have enough skill cards. Maribel do be existing. We're not running Serenial. We're definitely... Stop trying to give me a mirror. And now the question becomes, do we want to run 9 or not? We have exactly 1 Hue and nothing better to do when our deck is full of random other stuff. God, I want to run 9 so bad. I'm running 9. Hello, 9. Unfortunately, she's here as an auxiliary, which means we can't really do much with her, including equip anything on her. Evil Spirit Dullahan, thank you. Absolutely. Using blade. Snack time. Exhausting this. So what 9 does for us is this. We get to play 1 card that hits really hard. And then we get to question why we're here. Just to suffer. And then eventually we get to not trigger Hue Ambush off of counterattacks. Why not? I have no godly idea why that didn't trigger. Fine. We're gonna open on an Experience Strike. This is not gonna do anything because it's damage-based shielding that you get off of it. These guys need to be hit 3 times before they can take damage properly. We're mostly going to be using Yuki to do that. There's an extended magazine. We're just gonna hit people. Unfortunately, these bonus damages do not count, which is why we have to do this. Wrong once upon a time. Wrong once upon a time. That's fine. We can salvage this. There. Working as planned. Absolutely working as planned. Poison Bomb. Poison Bomb is fine. It's not world changing. And now it's just hit him. An extended mag for my sword? Correct. It's called a Gunblade. And for some reason we have one. Card is exhausted. We don't care for that. It doesn't really matter what direction we take here. We're always removing the Last Fairy's protection. And then we're kind of fishing. None of those, really. Flashing Hue. We can't even flash you because she's the auxiliary character and you can't really interact with her stuff, which, might I say, by the way, is stupid as hell. Let's go flash prep this up. We're hoping for the inspiration version of it. We're not getting the inspiration version of it. So we will be taking the retain version. Retain on this doesn't really make any sense, but what can you do? Oh, and this again. We literally just did this. We really literally just did this. Let's go. Trickery. Into prep. Whizzing Blade. Hit them. What a weird turn concept to set up 1 damage taken. A rifle mechanism is sort of draw it really fast. Oh god, don't remind me. Metal Gear Revengeance was ridiculous. Increase cost by 1? Fuck it, just make this draw. We're gonna take the hit and then we're gonna have to live with it. There's ambush triggering, that's wonderful. I need to stop playing Once Upon a Time. This is the wrong version of the card. And then I keep pretending that it isn't. In fact, the right play here was simply guard no secrets and leave it. We are taking experimental levels of damage. And by experimental levels of damage, I mean we're taking way too much fucking damage. This does it. This does it before they evolve. Those guys grow up into the middle guy after a couple of turns. Selecting up to 2. We don't really have enough for this. The Divine Epiphany on it is cute, but nothing we want to do. And truth behind the story, we really don't want another one. The first one's already getting in the way all the time. 13,000 HP coming right up. That's a Kerfox. They did just give us a Kerfox. Let's go do that, shall we? If we go for Kerfox here, this is still the old one that allows us to select and draw something from deck. We probably just want to go prepare to sub, right? And then make that draw anything. Or, alternatively, we could just draw an Iceberg Cleave. Let's just draw the Iceberg Cleave. Get him. And another one. And another one. Cool. So we did some damage. We also stayed relatively safe thanks to Blessing there. And this time we can open on a Strike of Darkness. The lead mechanic of Strike of Darkness kind of bites itself a little bit with our reduction there. That's really fucking funny. I didn't know that this thing had ignition on it. How bizarre. And we're gonna set up slightly weirdly here. We need to lead somewhere with Garden of Secrets in order to like not take the full brunt of this attack. I'm tempted to Adel here as well. We could take the heal and it prevents us from taking way too many hits. And then we just get to go in. Whee! This is the level of effort that we have to go through in order to achieve anything right now. It is kind of ridiculous this season. Let's go draw 3. And then that just kills. It does just kill. The good news is it does just kill. Create a random Delang shop card, decrease the cost of that by 1. Fine if I have to. None of these. Gain 80 fixed shield. No, thank you. And we're almost through. We got a Bloom Slaughter. Very interesting. Let's... See, I'm torn between cost reduction. We're going to ignore the cost reduction here to draw 3. Because that just ends up being much, much better. This is the other Yuki card. Distortion Aggressive Mutant. Draw an attack card of this unit, increase damage amount of those cards by 100%, increase cost by 1. The increased cost by 1 wasn't on there when they released this the first time around. You can imagine how good that was. Oh boy. And Bloom Slaughter, I suppose. We don't need the shield, but we want to get rid of the card. Alright, first one's free. Garden of Secrets. We're about to take 1,000,000 damage. Unless we can do something about it. The way that you have to handle this enemy is they have Gnaw. They gain morale equal to the number of Gnaw stacks. When being hit, reduce Gnaw by 1. We've already hit it a bunch of times. We just need Gnaw to be at 0. Otherwise, this shit just hurts. We are also going to exhaust Ambush. Because that just gets us an Ambush level 1. And then we go. Hopefully into many, many crits. And as you can see, not many, many crits. Actually, no crits at all. Ow. We still took damage through all of that. So our auto inspirations are gone now. Let's just go into experience strikes. This does give us shield based on the amount of damage we do. Slash slash. And then I guess we're playing these raw. Q to trigger. And then with these we're just crit fishing. Didn't get it. Did get it, just wasn't good enough. We've successfully prevented taking 1 billion damage. However, Yuki's really close to freaking out and we're about to hit the last boss fight. We care for none of this, but I will take a gear bag. Last shop. Is there anything we want to remove still? We're kind of okay. This isn't great by any means, but it's my pile of trash. Let's go flash. What are we flashing? God, what are we flashing? Almost guaranteed the slash. That feels so bad. Give me Divine Epiphany. Give me anything. Insp cost 0. I present to you Inspiration, decrease cost by 2. Inspiration, change cost to 0. Could flash once upon. Remember, flash isn't meditation, Luca. Flash is give it a divine inspiration, not change it. Otherwise, I would. If this was meditate, where you just reroll the inspiration, I would absolutely do once upon. Destroy at 1 hit or draw 1 card of this unit. We're gonna make this draw 1. Because it does get us deeper into the deck, but overall, I'm not super excited. Remainder of the rerolls. Not good. Just blatantly not good. Alright, time for Fuck Fox. Frost version. So this is about to eat my shit. It ate my gear bag. And we now have to hit this 6 times. Well, we need to attack it 6 times. And that's harder than you think it is. Let's go Freezing Blade. That's already wrong. Hold up. Let's not go Freezing Blade. Destroy, does it exhaust stuff? Destroy keyword is when you break something with it. Destroy keyword is weird. What do you want? Oh. After the end of turn 3, remove unusable. So this doesn't do anything for us for a couple turns. We're absolutely going to hit this. That gives us a usable version. Which we're then going to be playing. During this fight, Yuki will likely freak out on us. Once that happens, we need to find a way through this encounter, and I don't know that yet. That is also just a lot of damage. Undeniably a lot of damage. Garden of Secrets first, we do need to be safe. This Okabe reboot is a bit screwed up. Amy got a weird makeover, dude. Flash Slash with the new Divine that we gave it. That's really nice. Now we get our cards back. We're also doing no damage whatsoever. This is still bad because this thing is heavy. We can almost never play Hue. This is just going to go up in cost until it breaks. And then at the start of the turn, it's going to make that go up in cost over and over and over. So 9 is completely disabled this entire fight. Because we do not have AP gain to ever make 5. Ever. But we are going to make Teddy here. We have got 25% shield retain. So overkill shield does mean something to us. And should we drop enough, we can always Ardell ult to get back at least a little bit. Let's go Truth. And now the problems arise. Remember, we're out of our auto inspiration turns now. And we need to deal with that somehow. How we deal with that, I could not possibly tell you. If any of these could crit, there it is one. That would go a long way towards this being slightly less shit. This does nothing, right? Like, she only has one card. And our gearback's gone again. That is lovely. That's exactly what I want to see. There's our Trickery Strike. That makes it so that this has inspiration now. Which is meaningless. Almost meaningless. I think next turn is when we Adel ult. It's not great. But I don't want to do it this turn. Although... No, we do it this turn. We do it this turn. That means we're missing a couple of ego points because I should have done this first. Didn't think whether that was going to be worth it. But we'd be taking so much here otherwise. I wanted to maximize the heal from it. Turns out we are. There goes our one source of DPS for the entire fight. That's it. That's all we had. That's it. From now on, we're going to take... what is that? 500 damage every turn? Until we can't no more? We can get our cards back right now. That's really nice. And this goes a long way too. Never mind, Yuki decides she wants to hate us. Thank you, Adelheid. Your input is highly valuable. And here's a billion more damage. Good counterattacks. You're trying so hard, little child. The Yuke is back. Once upon a time. Discarding Flash Slash. That finally should give us enough blessing cards in deck for the mechanic to do something. And there are double crits. It's below half, and now it's got 8 deep voids. Getting through that is going to be a bitch. 588, 510. I'm almost guaranteed playing Hugh Ambush here, even though it for some reason doesn't trigger her partner. Because her partner doesn't exist? Is that the kicker here? I don't know. Realistically, yeah, her partner doesn't exist. Okay, when you pick up 9 as a 4th character, that's worthless. Understood. We do not have Alcia right now. We could Ray ult. Let's get us 1 card deeper in. And 3 stacks deeper too. And now we just have to get our face deleted. And it'll all be fine. That's actually a really good draw. It was the wrong order to draw it in, but it's a really good draw. There is a story rewrite coming this month or next month, I forgot, Galandir. And what's in it is so far unknown to the public. We'll see what they do. Soon. XP Strike is going to change my turn. We're going to do this to gain some level of shielding. Because by god do we need it. Oh, that would have been cute. Never mind. Hit you? Hit you? Hit you more? Hit you a lot? Hit you a reasonable amount. We're alive. The good news is we're alive. In pieces, but alive. Gods. And that is... one run on Yuki. Here's the thing, right? There is no character in the game right now where I can tell you they're unplayable or they're really bad. I would currently consider Tressa to probably be the worst DPS in the game, and even Tressa is fucking fine. But some of them you have to... Oh, level 61, nice. Some of them you have to work more than others. Some of them make you work more than others. Alright, everyone, I'm gonna be AFK real quick. I am going to get something to drink and going for a real quick stretch. See you all in a minute. All right. Let's do this again, shall we? Now, you've seen roughly how much effort it is to do this with Yuki. Let's try this. Let's try this differently, shall we? Let's try this instead. For those of you that don't know, this is Hidemari. More introductions once we start. Hidemari is almost entirely the opposite of Yuki. In terms of performance, in terms of damage, in terms of playability, in terms of many, many things. We'll see what that means in a minute. So, we have got our monster card creation again. This is cute, but doesn't really help. Each time 3 attack cards are used, gain 1 morale. This is really nice. 1 random legendary armor, we don't care for that. Create a random Delang shop card is also only cute. 2 random normal fates isn't half bad. Right now I'm leaning towards the morale, so let's reroll this one. Gain an Ether Eater card, absolutely not. So now every 3 attack cards we get 1 morale. Morale is plus 20% to the card's to every card's potency, which is cruel, but we'll be fine. There's a Veronica. I'd be happy to play a Veronica. Adelheid again. If we pick up Veronica, we definitely do not have any shielding or healing. Veronica is a card draw support and kind of a support artillery. She will get us our cards, she won't do anything else. You know what, for comparison reasons, let's just bring Adelheid again. Let's put the tiny child behind the scary lady again, right? Hey, brethren, how you doing? We also kind of want to avoid campfires. It doesn't let us this time, so we're just going to take 3 combats into a campfire. If the enemy dies, then we don't need healing or shields. Correct. So, what do we actually have here? This is Hidemari. Here, this is the 7th time this season that you've shown Hidemari in class. I know. Sword Flash is just damage, and increase the damage of Effulgent Blades. We have a shield card that does nothing. A Sword Rain that says attunement, so when we draw this, it makes an Effulgent Blade. Cool, what's Effulgent Blade? When we play this, it does damage, like a normal attack, but when we discard it, it also does damage as an extra attack. Nifty, so we want to discard it. How do we discard it? The link keyword. When this card is used manually, discard all other linked cards in hand. They all get chained together. So Sword Rain and Effulgent Blade are linked together, you play Sword Rain, it does its damage, and then the Effulgent Blade gets discarded and it does its damage too. We also have Effulgent Expansion that makes 2 Effulgent Blades and buffs them for 1 turn. This has the Quietus keyword. Quietus means if this gets discarded, it instead activates. That's all we have. We make blades and we throw them. However, there is one other thing that we have that is not obvious in our cards, and that is this. Crimson Blade. Every turn, we get 5 Crimson Blades. This is her E2 effect for those of you that wonder what the hell this is. When linked cards are used manually or discarded, any linked cards, doesn't have to be hers, although she is realistically the only character that has linked cards in the game, 175% extra attack to an enemy with the highest HP. We can do this 5 times per turn. However, when Crimson Blade is activated, plus 40% damage amount to Crimson Blades, maximum 480%. The more we activate these, the stronger they get. This damage buff lasts for the entire fight. Meaning, after we have activated 12 Crimson Blades, so after 2.5 turns, every single one of these is going to hit for, the baseline is 120, is going to hit for 600%. 600% you might recognize as a value that's bigger than every single fucking card in our deck, and we do this 5 times per turn. Meaning, we really want to discard link cards. This bottom part is her E6 effect. Let me show you what this looks like in practice. We can play a Sword Flash to buff our Effulgent Blades. We play a Sword Rain. That's what that looks like. She do big number. She really doesn't do big number. She just do a lot of number. Barrier. I don't want to get hit. And the save blame. She struggles with all her friends being dead. Push me to the edge, all her friends are dead and all that. Swords. This is Thread of Light. It's another link card, so it gets discarded when a link card is played. 150% damage and plus 120% damage for each linked card in hand. Meaning, if we play this one and drag the other link cards into the grave with it, it's gonna hit like a truck. Unfortunately, it has already epiphanied into a generic +2 agony to the target, which makes it bad. But any Hide-and-Re card is better than any other card anyway, so we'll pick it. Her and Serenial have the same annoying stress gain passive. Both of these have the passive that when they kill something, they gain stress. Serenial has this too. With Serenial, however, this never mattered, because when you break an enemy, you get stress reduction. And Serenial's entire fucking deal is breaking people. So yeah, she will gain +5 stress because she just, like, murdered a couple people, but she's instantly gonna get rid of it because she tortured them beforehand. Very wholesome character. I like her a lot. She's really good at breaking. Yeah, all of her attacks break. Man, it would be such a shame if we didn't draw attack cards. There we go, Sword Rain. We're almost always hoping to just draw exactly Sword Rain at the moment. Put for Hide-and-Re got her, but she isn't working for me, or I'm just too stupid to play her. Can you enlighten me? Absolutely, Magnus. So over the course of this run, I'm going to explain a bunch of how she works, and we're going to do a sortie build of her. And then afterwards, if you still have questions, we can totally go over the builds that I have for her. None of them are super special. All of them are basically what the community has agreed upon is a good build for her. And we can totally sort this out. Trust me, she has a couple keywords, but really, damn is she easy. Like, you will see very, very quickly, I promise. Let's just throw swords at it. Cool, that's swords. We'll take a turn. That's fine. Effulgent makes 2 blades. And then Thread of Light takes those 2 blades into the grave. And there goes Gold Thulu. Link had me confused at first, but when I got it, I got it. Yeah, Link reads weird at first. But really all you need to know is you think of them as a thread. Right? Like, think of Thread of Light. Thread of Light. They're like beads on a chain. Every link card is another bead on a chain. And when you drop the chain, everything on it drops to the ground as well. Like, it's like a bracelet, right? They're all little beads on a bracelet. If you drop the bracelet to the floor, all of the beads fall to the floor. That's all it is, really. Ah, Effulgent Compression. You know what? Fuck it. I'll play Effulgent Compression. This is her big stupid card. Effulgent Compression doesn't do anything, but the first 3 times you discard it, it comes back to your hand. And because it's linked, you will discard it every time. However, whenever this moves to the graveyard, you get an Effulgent Light, and once you get 3, this card transforms. I don't get enough link cards. That's a pretty common problem with her, Magnus. If you don't have the right toolkit. So, the main way that you get link cards on her is either through Sword Rain. One very good epiphany and very easy epiphany is this one. The one that says 1 or like blah 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 damage times 2 and make 2 Effulgent Blades. It's Link and Quietus, so you can discard it to activate it. It also comes with 2 blades. And then Effulgent Expansion, obviously. The main one being this one that makes 2 whenever it's played. This is now linked, so you never have to play it manually. You could just play a sword and it sends it to hell. Makes you 2 more blades. You can also grab this power the upgrade version of it that makes 2 blades at the start of every turn. If you do, I would recommend that you have a couple of the normal ones and then this one as a one-off next to it. Also very powerful is create Effulgent Blades for each link card in hand. If you already have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 link cards, you play this, it makes more blades. Sends all the link cards, they all do damage. And obviously, the other build, and that's kind of one of the community favorites, especially if you don't have E2 or especially if you don't have E6. Once you're on E6, I would not recommend playing this because you cannot get her bonus from it, is the Graveyard build. Effulgent Expansion 4 says, make 6 blades in discard pile. And then what you do, very simply, is this Sword Rain. You play this version. That says, activate 5 Effulgent Blades in Graveyard against the target as an extra attack. You don't need link cards anymore. The 5 blades in your graveyard do not get used up by this card. They just get activated. You only ever need to do this once. And then you get 4 copies of this card. And you just say, donk, 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 donk. That's it. Just equip it with Sharkskin Cloves, Cloud Song, Guard of Valor, and she moves 5 Nightshades in a row. Why does Cloud Song ring a bell? Is this a... Why does Cloud Song ring a bell? What game is this, Hatchney? Sharkskin Gloves. I think I know what... I feel like I've heard of all of this before. But I can't quite put my finger on it. So yeah, if you're A0, this is like kind of the easiest build to play for her that does a shit ton of damage. And it's also a very good build. Because you just activate 5 blades every time you play this card. You don't need to worry about link cards too much. The reason why you don't want to play this at E6 is obviously you're not using any link cards, therefore you can't use your Crimson Blades anymore. And Crimson Blades, oh boy, trust me, sure do a lot. Exhibit A. Crimson Blades. No, none of that, please. Oh, Dark Age of Camelot. Okay. No, in that case, I was entirely wrong, actually. I was thinking Guild Wars for some reason. Entirely off the mark there. Let's go see what we can find off of Sword Rain. We're looking for exactly that. Thank you very much. That went well. That went very well. Woo! And then, give me Clover. Oh, Clover's very nice. I don't know whether we can trigger Clover. Never mind, this is the wrong Clover. We don't have retain cards, we just make this into money. We do need to remove quite a lot of cards, so unfortunately we only have one shop coming up. We're hoping for events. This is a pretty evil fight. Let's see what we do about it. I would really like to Sword Flash. This is Sylvia. Sylvia is Heidemarie's partner. And if Heidenreich is currently broken as fuck, then Sylvia is the next broken thing. Sylvia is really good. Unfortunately also like Heidenreich in limited, but whatever. Select up to 2 cards in hand and apply linked. If you select something that's already linked on Heidenreich's, she just gains 10% crit damage. The fun thing you can do is you can say, hey, this sword is now linked. And also, I don't know, this thing. You could also fuck this up entirely while you're talking and click the wrong card. Ahem, you didn't see that. Like, hey, this sword and this Effulgent Expansion is now linked. All 3 are now linked. I can play this sword, which then discards this Effulgent Expansion, which then activates it, so I don't have to pay 2 for it. So instead of paying 1 and then 2, I pay 1 and I get everything. I also discard 2 link cards, therefore activating my Crimson Swords, cards that weren't linked before. We now have Effulgent Blades that were just made, because we discarded the Quietus card. Are you fucking kidding me? Perish. What the hell? Who do you think you are? My god, thank you. That was supposed to go better. I will pick a harmonization precise aim. In general, the goal right now is to just add more hide and read cards to the deck to like drown out the fact that half of our deck is bad. While Adel is a very capable survival character, nothing she does right now helps us in the slightest. So we want to see as few of her cards as possible. For now. For now. Curfoxes! Yay! Everyone loves Curfoxes, except for me. This is bad, it turns out. And we'll leave it at that. We'll just leave it at that. She's her emotional support, and she's her like secretary, right? That's the lore. She's like a lot. Oh. Oh, we found the turn, huh? Unfortunately, this thing forced us to activate a Fairy's Protection, so we do not have 3 mana, we only have 2. So this Effulgent is dead to me right now. However, let's see what we can do with 2 mana, shall we? I think we did quite okay. This is Effulgent release. He's a partner to partner, and they were roommates! Happy Pride, everyone! Let's... If this crits, this is cute. It didn't. So it wasn't. Now we're just taking a billion. Ow. Oh, it forced me to activate. That's annoying. Never mind, perish. Have swords. Swords. Decrease the price of products by 30%. That's nice. There's another Thread of Light. It's not the right one, and unfortunately this is kind of the least of the hide and read cards that we're looking for. Rune Cord is cute. Unfortunately with this update, shield retention stopped stacking. So, oops. This removes a card, aka a Fairy's Protection. Those 2 definitely are an HR violation. You know what? I'm glad they're happy. Well, happy being questionable, but let them. Let's go flash this Effulgent Expansion. We're really hoping for Effulgent Expansion 1. We did not get Effulgent Expansion 1. Which means I will be skipping this. I can't currently do anything with any of those. They're just going to make our play worse. And we're going to kill this Sword Barrier. We're going to have to try this again. Oh, there's Distortion Cube. Distortion Cube says 25% bonus damage every time we discard a card. You might have seen that we discard a couple cards every now and again. Just a few cards. We just discard a few cards every now and again. It'll be okay. Sup? Here's our opener. Good opener. We do still need to live. You think we could discard more? I think we could discard more. You're absolutely right. Let's put this sword in. The Red of Light. I think this was a good boss fight, don't you? I think this was an okay boss fight. It wasn't turn 1, so a bit of a disgrace. But we fought hard for this. We fought really hard for this. I hate this version of Sword Rain. Like, I would love to find more Sword Rains, just not that one. We'll take this Sneering Dagger as well. That's some music. You should listen to the theme of the first boss of current season. That's a good song. Seraphion. Let's go Seraphion. That seems fine. I don't mind either. But one of them has mechanics I know and the other one is Plague Lord. Can we find anything cool? Show me something good. Even cards. No. Start of turn, discard one card in hand, gain AP equal to the cost of those cards. That could go really fucking hard. I'm taking that. Because that is our way to discard Effulgent. Options! FTC! I am probably never playing Funny Time Cat ever again. If I never have to see that character again, it'll be too early. Luke, no thank you. Veronica. Oh, Nia. Never mind, found Nia. Hi, Nia. Nia, far, wherever we are. G-Chord check top 3 isn't the card that I was looking for, but I will be playing it. And Mute Accent is my least favorite card in her entire fucking deck. Glad I'm starting on those two instead of on the good Nia cards. Also glad we're starting on none of the heals. Draw until 4 cards in hand is definitely funny. Let's just go straight ahead. This will be okay. So, what does Nia do? Nia plays funky music. We're discarding a Fortune expansion. Nia has 2 stacks called Decibel and the other one. Flexibility? No, that's not what it's called. Something with F. Basically, when you gain Decibel, eventually, when you shuffle your deck, she's going to force everyone to attack the enemy. She triggers everyone to attack the enemy. When that happens, she heals based on the amount of Decibel, and the damage that your allies do gets increased by the amount of Decibel as well. It goes like to 300% or something. It's really good. It's really, really good. Let's go Once Upon a Time. And find nothing. That's cool. Double swords. More swords. Unfortunately, Crimson Blades always go for the highest HP target amongst all enemies, instead of for the target that I fucking want. Quite frequently, those two are not the same. But we'll make do. Discard... You know what? I'll discard this Effulgent expression. We don't get any mana off of it, because it's a 0 cost, but... we can have it back. Oh, never mind. We drew Sword Rain. This is over. Good fight. I think, even for those of you that haven't played CCN at all, you will see a difference between the amount of hoops that we had to jump through when playing Yuki and the amount of hoops that we're currently completely ignoring while dog walking these fuckers. Let's go grab an Adagio. I would love to see a good Sword Rain. Graveyard Sword Rain is very good if you have the other setup for it. I am not going to be playing Graveyard Sword. Let's see. Discard... Let's just discard the Effulgent. It doesn't give us any mana, but it does go off. We can Mute Accent. Same thing. And this is mostly just to trigger any level of Crimson Blades that we can. We can turn one Effulgent, which is very funny. That's also not bad at all. You know what? This kills. even without any blades in graveyard, this just kills. And then this might crit. Oh god, it did. It did, but it didn't kill even on crit. We have the option to hide Hydrami ult here to kill it off, but I don't think we need to do that. Let's go keep the ego points instead, and next turn just say, hey, we're sending this, we're playing this for the heal, and then we're dropping a sword on it. It'll be fine. Not as turn Bane off like Serenial, but not much is. To be honest, I find most of the time Serenial requires slightly more pacing than Hydrami does. I think Hydrami is legitimately ever so slightly brain deader. Serenial, at least every now and again you have to think about— oh my fucking god, please stop. Now we have to take one of them. That's bad. Ugh. I really don't want retain on this. Then again, we can just discard it at start of turn, so the retain doesn't matter. This is now a dead effulgent. With Serenial, at least you need to worry about when an enemy breaks and what the state of your Selena is at any given point in time, right? And whatever the state of your Selena is at any given point in time is not necessarily helpful, depending on what your tactical maneuvers are saying. Oh, hello there. That's cute. Whereas here, I play sword. And you will have seen I have played— oh, it has thorns. It's a bastard is what it is. Very cool. Thread of light. Ow. Fucking thorns. We're going to eat so much more thorns damage before this is through. Actually, not that much more. Just a little bit more. My god. I'll just play with Veronica. I mean, yeah, but you really want to play her with Selena. You don't even care about the draw, right? Like, what are you gonna draw in Serenial's deck? Lasers? No, you're not, right? All you care about is the restore, the toughness restore. A legendary equipment. Rocket Adorned Cape is an insanely good item. Allows us to draw one more turn one. I will bring a Garden of Secrets. I will bring a Garden of Secrets just for safety. This isn't a necessary net here. Oh. Well, someone for Rocket Adorned Cape should have given that to Nia. My mistake. Oopsie. Your Honor. All the way over there. The swords. The swords. They're scratched. You draw through an ability. This doesn't matter, but it's money. Money and a heal. Should have taken the elite up top. Dialos! I will absolutely just do that. No. We want to get rid of this other fairy protection. We're approaching what I would consider like a deck that's worth looking at. Slowly but surely. Let's go flash. We can't flash the thing that we want to anymore. We'd really like to flash this Thread of Light and this Once Upon a Time. Let's go with the Once Upon a Time. Maybe this time I'll select the right one. Don't fall for it, that's a lie. We're not picking any of those. In terms of equipment, we have the most important thing already. We have access to exactly Cube. Everything else past that is a bit whatever. I'd happily kill this Protect Us because we're never playing it anyway. I don't have the patience to craft with that at the moment. And on we go. Crustacean power! Exactly. A Custodes? This is just a Custodes, right? Like, no way in hell this is anything but a Custodes. None of this really matters, so we're just gonna spark an Epi. beating him up for his trumpet is usually quite funny. This is non-rerollable, so now we just pray. And we get the bad one again. I guess. The good thing about sparking is that you can ignore it if it gets bad. Now we're stuck on stupid activation cores. What can you do? We almost guaranteed just discard this here. Anything nice off the top? No. This is awful. The problem is both of these are linked, but neither of them is Quietus. Because neither of them is Quietus, only one of them will activate. The other one is just gonna go to grave. Send this to hell. Sword, sword, and effulgent. We have not gotten to like the critical blade mass that we really crave. Cthulhu! Well, fake Cthulhu! It's the other boy, the one that doesn't matter, but he is indeed here. Cool, gimme swords. Have. So this thing has mechanics, don't worry about it. Normal Cthulhu, Senectus, has the mechanic where you can't play two of the same combatant's cards twice or it goes enrage. This thing has the mechanic of who gives a fuck. At the end of the turn, absorb all cards in hand, then create Parasite for each absorbed. After 3 turns, switch to a strong attack action, remove all harmful effects. So whatever is left in your hand, it will use against you, which... I mean, I guess, if you have to. Like, if it makes you happy, go ahead. We're sort of just doing this. This is going to hell in a second, and that has to be okay. That is okay. I don't care. We're not gonna play it. Oh no, my card! I really need it back. Actually, this can go away. We already kind of know that we have lethal in hand because this is a button. That's not scary? No, it's not scary at all. The gold one wants you to play consecutive players' cards. This one eats your hand at the end of turn. And actual Senectus is... Actual Senectus is a fight that you every now and again need to pay attention to. This is the Once Upon a Time we've been looking for, and I'm going to pick this one up. Ooh, Harm Sphere. So Sphere is kind of Adelheid's best in slot trinket in the normal run because it increases your max HP, and the higher your max HP, the more shields you can have, and the higher the threshold for blessing is. Therefore, she really likes HP gear, even though none of her stuff actually scales with it. In this specific case, it's just important that we have it for the party. There's the Thread of Light we want. If this card is in hand or graveyard, 80% damage amount to linked cards. It is also now linked and Quietus, so we can play the first Thread of Light, discarding this one, and both of them activate. I don't know whether there's a Hydra rebuild that picks anything else but this one. This is generally the one that you just run, no matter which one of the 3 or 4 different Hydra rebuilds that currently exist in a popular you end up picking. Let's just kill this. Let's just get rid of this. I don't care. We can probably work around it. I don't want to. I don't want to. Man, I don't know about you, but I personally cry when angels deserve to die. Is it scary to anyone else that there is an audience out there that doesn't even get that reference? There are people that are young enough that don't get that fucking reference. It frightens the shit out of me. Sword Rain, right? I forgot what my hand size is. My hand size is now full.
준비하시죠.
And honestly, I think that's fine. Send him.
에덴의 기회 이름.
Stop hating us. No. I'm willing to learn.
빌려주세요.
Are you familiar with the band? I know that Mars is younger. Sorry, Mars, I didn't mean to actually call you out. Are you familiar with a band called System of a Down? Haven't heard that song in a while. I listened to it yesterday. I listened to it yesterday. It is one of my favorite bands of all time. Not just because I'm old as fuck. But because I've always been a weird autist, right? And one of my early traits, one of my like really early autistic traits is that I didn't like music, like at all. Music to me was annoying and in the way, and I hated it. And then friends of mine listened to a lot of like the new metal wave that was around in like the early 2000s. Friends of mine listened to like a lot of Linkin Park and System of a Down specifically. There was a lot of Korn in there too, but I didn't like Korn, still don't. And that really got me into the concept of listening to music, which sounds psychopathic if I say it like that. But that's really what it was. I just didn't listen to music. I thought it was obnoxious. And System of a Down specifically is a band that changed that. He says completely misplaying like the gnarliest Hydra-Me turn at the same time, huh? Still love Linkin Park? So do I. I don't know how hot that take is, but like the new stuff they're putting out, obviously without Chester for obvious reasons, I don't even dislike. I think like some of the new stuff they're making is pretty fucking inspired. It's not the band of old. It's not the band of old. Like, it will never be the band of old. But I like that for its own style, honestly. It's better to start to listen to music thanks to a DBZ movie. Is it though, Luca? Like, was it a DBZ movie or was it one of those AMVs where someone put like, I don't know, Evanescence behind like some fucking Dragon Ball scenes? Man, the early 2000s were fucking wild. Do kids still do that? Do kids still make random ass AMVs? I hope they do. I really hope they do. Not because I think it's like culturally super important, but because I think it's fucking funny. Oh, now I feel old. Well done, everybody. Seren! Mom and Dad both adore Soad. Still amused I got in trouble in elementary school for singing Chop Suey at recess and not for the self-righteous suicide bit. But how can you say that angels never deserve to die? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. There was definitely a period of time in between listening to System of a Down and understanding their lyrics. I'm gonna admit to that. There was definitely a period of time that had to elapse before I started, like, understanding the lyrics, and then there was a period of time between that and understanding their lyrics, right? Fuck, like a lot of System of a Down songs are very different once you start learning what the background to a lot of the songs is, right? Especially if we're talking like some of the historical background that the band is springing from, right? There's a lot, like there's a lot. Almost none of their songs are what you think they are. And that's not a hot take whatsoever, like smarter people than me have said that a million times before. I'm neither the first nor particularly the cleverest to point that out. I just think they're a fucking neat band. It was Cooler's Revenge, the song that plays when Piccolo is rocking Cooler's squad. I know which one you mean. I know which one you mean. You know what? You know what, Luca? That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. God, we're old. What is your favorite sound you make when you stand up, Luca? For me, it's the sound my knees make. This is all wrong. This is all just wrong. My equipment's all over the place. I'll live with it. Onward. This is the joys of Hidemi, by the way. You can talk about random shit at the same time because nothing matters. One other funny thing her E6 does, her E6 doesn't just make Crimson Blade stupid, it also changes your swords to be all element. So the blades that we're yeeting at people are always super effective. They always deal 25% bonus damage, and we never have to worry about anything, which is why we can just pick, oh, look at that. Which is why we can just pick whatever the fuck we want and run with it. Oh, fuck up a sword train. The crack of my hips and let me know that I'm still alive. Oh, yeah. For me, it's the knees. For me, it's the knees. They definitely do that. Hugo! Hugo is a fantastic character to play with Hidemi if you're playing Graveyard build specifically. If you're playing any level of hand discard, please do know that Lightning Dingo doth not trigger off of discarded swords. However, it does trigger off of swords you activate in your graveyard. Amir, you have got to stop showing up here. And fuck, I have to play FTC, huh? God, do I not want to play FTC. Why do you make me do this? Alright. Chrono Archon, Chrono Circle? Fuck, these are awful. What's so bad about her, or just too much? So FTC is a character that demands that the team sort of kind of work around her. Let me explain FTC real quick if I can. So this is FTC. This is Rita. FTC stands for Funny Time Cat. This is Funny Time Cat. In fact, this card by itself is almost all that Funny Time Cat is. This is Chrono Archon. Chrono Archon says, when a card is activated, gain 1 Chronicle for each cost of that card. So if you play a 3-cost card, if you activate a 3-cost card, that's actually important, you gain 3 Chronicle. Ignore the fact that Chronicle is named Chronicle. Let's call it Future Mana. Let's call it Future Mana. So every time you activate a card, you get the equivalent of that card's cost as Future Mana. At the start of your turn, Chronicle changes to Chronal Ascension. Ignore that name too. Let's call Chronal Ascension Cat Mana, because that's what it is. You can have up to 5 future mana, up to 6 future mana that turns into 6 cat mana. While you have cat mana, you cannot get any more future mana. You have to eat the cat food first before you get more food in the bowl. Alright? Cat mana is just mana, but it's only usable by Rita. Every card that Rita plays eats cat mana first before it eats actual mana. That's it. All her cards cost an arm, a leg, and your parents' mortgage, but it's okay because you don't pay for it. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. And this is why I don't like Rita. And I think Rita is like the single character in the game that has fallen off the most. Out of all of the characters in the game, Rita is the one that fell off like the fucking hardest. She released as the last character in Season 2 and then was never fucking seen again. I do not know a single Rita main. I do not know anyone that goes like, yeah, that's my girl. Just those people don't exist. Because here's the issue. Turn 1, the first thing you do must be playing Chrono Archon. Now you have 2 mana remaining. If you're playing someone like 9, that means you don't get to Hue. Now, let's say you get to spend 2 more mana. That means you have 2 future mana. You will likely play more cards, gain some mana, gain some AP on some cards. Let's say turn 1, after you play Chrono Archon, you get to spend another 6 mana on the rest of your team. That's cool. You now have 6 future mana. You pass to the next turn. Rita now has 6 mana for her, and you have 3 mana for the rest of the team. She can still use the normal mana, but you don't have to do that, right? So, in order to have more mana next turn as well, the first thing you must now do is reduce your cat mana to 0. You can play other people's cards, but if you do play other people's cards, you don't gain future mana for them, making it harder for you to fill up on mana for next turn. So let's say you have 2 of Rita's cards, they cost 3 each, you fire them, you're at 0 cat mana, you've done a lot of damage, all of her cards hurt a lot. And now you have 3 mana left over for the rest of your team. But now, you don't have an engine that gets you more mana. You only have 3 mana to spend this turn, right? You didn't draw any of your AP gain, or you got interrupted by a boss. Random shit happened, right? And this can be anywhere. This can be on turn 5 instead of on turn 2. But for the sake of argument, let's say it's turn 2. You spend 3 mana, you pass. Next turn, you have 3 cat mana. But now, you've drawn all of Rita's really expensive cards. The good stuff. You don't have the mana to play those anymore. Or, in another scenario, you've only drawn 1 of Rita's cards. Or, in another scenario, you've drawn none of her cards. If you cannot spend all your cat mana, that means next turn you have 0. If you draw too many of her good cards and don't have enough cat mana, you now need to eat into your actual supply. Therefore, maybe not enabling you to make more future mana that then turns into cat mana next turn. Every interruption to your mana spending economy during a turn might mean that her next turn is fucking dead. And then when she has a dead turn, that turns into 2 turns without effective mana gain. Because not only don't you have mana this turn, you're not getting any next turn, and on that turn you then have to make 6 mana reasonably to fuel into her on turn 3 in that interruption chain. She is hyper volatile. In theory, Rita is a character that you can stick into any party, and while the other 2 just do their normal shtick, she can eat her own mana in the background and just fire spells that delete a hemisphere. Like, she does that. She does insane damage. In practice, however, as soon as your other 2 don't do a funny loop that guarantees this every turn, she starts struggling. And she starts not contributing, and she starts getting in the way. And every time you draw a Rita card, it's incredibly disappointing. I don't like FTC at all. You can get 4 future mana turn 1 if you're Fighting Instinct, which lets you activate the highest card, which does actually count for future mana. You're absolutely right, Slipsilver. That's kind of what I said at the start with whether you play a card or activate a card is important. Chrono Archon only cares about cards activated. Let's say you have Fighting Spirit, like Slipsilver saying. Fighting Spirit is 9's card that says activate a hue. That costs 1 mana. You pay 1 mana, that activates hue. You get 3 mana for the hue, or however much the hue actually costs, and 1 for Fighting Spirit. That means you gain 4 off of spending 1. A lot of this interacts like that. Rita herself has a 2-cost card that says activate 2 2-cost cards. If you play that, that activates 6 mana worth of shit. That's instantly 6 cat mana, right? Or 6 future mana, rather. The problem is that card's really bad. And a lot of modern 9s don't play Fighting Spirit. The ambush build is pretty good now. But yeah, Slipsilver is absolutely correct. That is a way to cheat more mana in. And that is kind of the intended way to cheat more mana in. Remember, she released a 9 season, hashtag 9 more weeks of 9, where we just play 9 in Tefera for forever, right? All of this jank also leads to the fact that this Chrono Archon you see right here, when Chronal Ascension is removed 3 Chronicle, is the only Chrono Archon that gets played. There are 4 others. This one says if you ever have cat mana left over, instead of going to 0 future mana, it puts you to 3 future mana. It gives you, if you ever have something left over and you get stuck, this tries to give you a way back in. It's not a good way back in, but it is a way back in. The other Chrono Archons are all interesting, but none of them are playable. Flat out. It's exclusively this one. Either way, you're not really gonna see FTC do anything in this. Funnily enough, you know what? Let's actually show something off. So you can see... Oh no, you can't see her UI elements. Wonderful. So here's Chrono Archon. Normally you would now see like your future and your cat mana. We don't see anything because the game doesn't love us. And because, let's be honest, the fourth character in this mode was a fucking afterthought. That's why no UI for them. We've thrown a couple swords. However, we've gained one Chronicle, because those swords don't actually activate. If you, however, play the sword rain that activates 5 in Graveyard, that does activate 5 1-cost cards. That should, in theory, be 1 card that gives you 6 Chronicle whenever you do it. That should work. I have not tested this theory. Do not quote me on this. Let's go actually fetch Chrono Circle and show you what this does. So this makes 3 Fate Imprints. This is Fate Imprint. This is one of her cards that hurts like a bitch. 239% damage. For each cost of this card, increase cost of all Fate Imprints in hand by 1. So right now this sits for 480. I don't know why it says 440 or 450. But dunk. And now this costs more, which means it does more damage. And now this costs more, which means it does more damage. This is what you're supposed to do with cat mana, right? Cat mana does exactly a lot of that. That's the quietest one. We can discard it to fire it. That's funny. But there you see the Chronicle effect. Because we spent all of that mana, we now have 6 cat mana available for us. Love her jacket, by the way. If Rita is a weird phenomenon where if she wasn't all tits and nothing else, I would really like her too, because I think her outfit's fucking sick. But damn, girl. Damn. The rest of her outfit is kind of nifty. So we now have 6 Chronicle. Chronal Ascension, sorry. This is cat mana. Which means we can just blow this up, and we do not spend our actual mana. If we had more of these, we could now make others more expensive too, and spend those too. We now have 2 cat mana that we have no way of spending, which is only irrelevant because we're winning the fight right now. Got a surprise 9-side Umala side? Hell yeah! Nata Taishin, her 3 with speed, one parent with also speed, the other is my glorious curse 3-star Guts Rudolph. Hell yeah. All 3's pinks are only 2 stars, damn. Nice 9 though. Nice 9. Oh, Hero Tool. I'll fuck up a Hero Tool. We just need to make it to a shop. Actually, we need to make it to multiple shops, but that's okay. Let's throw away... Kind of want to throw an Effulgent Blade if I'm being entirely honest with you. We want the 1 mana from it. We once upon a time into an Effulgent expansion. That's probably wrong. If I think about it, slightly harder than that. Hey look! Swords! Fun! You. Swords! Damn! Oh, that's a comment. Well done, Ham. Well done. What you just gained through ability isn't counting cards, but is counting like crystallization. No, it doesn't, brethren. Ability is not crystallization. If you're talking about Magna's counterattack gain, that does not work from crystal. Love me some Chronomancy. I think the Chronomancy aspect is cool, but the other thing they did with Rita, if you didn't play Season 2, if you started after Season 2 and saw, sadly you didn't see her story, you kind of save her from like a slaver ring, and ever since then she's like completely infatuated with you as a player character, which I find obnoxious. But I know that a fuck ton of gacha players want exactly that. In fact, half the launch problems around CZN were people not getting that, because launch CZN didn't have this at all. And people were complaining that their waifus weren't sucking their dick hard enough. Unfortunately, they complained loud enough that the developers hurt them. So, yeah, Rita is exactly that, which is fucking annoying. On the other hand, on the side of the developer, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Let's be honest, right? Like, no matter what they do and no matter what they write for her, or for any character that releases, like, someone is going to complain. I do think it's a legitimately, like, icky way to look at that relationship, but doesn't matter what I think. It really doesn't. See, this could have crit and that would have been so fun. Hero Toll. Hero Toll draws us 3. But most importantly, it turns everything into a link card. Now, you might argue, that's bad, because all of these cards aren't activating on link. The only one that activates is this one. However, I bring to you Crimson Sword Theory. Crimson Blade Theory says everything can be a weapon if you think about it hard enough. So we're just going to throw this out, and all of the link cards are going to trigger Crimson Blades now. Well, 4 of them are it anyway. And then we're going to see whether we can find nothing, because our deck's empty. Cool. Let's kill that. It was supposed to be a cosmic horror story, but the devs cowered it out, and now it's a horror game that's trying to get back to horror, but it's going so slow. That's not necessarily entirely what happened, Luca. So what they advertised was like deep cosmic horror before the game went live. Then they did not deliver on that because they wanted to set up a longer form story, and we didn't immediately get to the deep horror tropes, which was a shame. The director admitted to last minute doing some major rewrites himself because he was afraid the game wasn't going to get received well, even though he isn't the writer, and you can see that he fucked it up. Let's be very clear. This isn't like, I'm not trying to make this up. Like, he admitted to this. He did an interview. He stated this openly. You can find this. And then after that, the game launched, and on top of the issue with the story not being as dark as it was advertised and as people were hoping, there was a very loud portion of the player base that was upset that the way that the story was presented was Owen being the new guy getting... You know when you watch a movie and there's always like a new guy who everything gets explained to? Because that guy's the audience surrogate. Like, instead of explaining everything to the audience, they're explaining it to the new guy. Owen was that new guy. So all of the characters interacted with Owen very platonically, right? Like, he's the new co-worker. And there was a very loud portion of the player base that got weirdly obsessed with that, because, like, their characters were interacting with this dude instead of with them. The player character in CZN, still to this day, but less so now, was supposed to be like a super detached entity, right? So in essence, people were complaining that their waifus weren't sucking their dicks hard enough. Like, the words, "oh, we're getting cucked by Owen," are still in my mind. I disagree with this inherently. I think the way that the story was told was fine, even though the rewrites were obviously egregious and bad. But the blatant inability for people to accept a story being told from a different point of view than with them in the center is a disappointment, even more so than the rewrites, if you ask me. Adel didn't freak, and that's surprising. We have many swords.
앞으로 나아갈 힘을
We just have many swords now. So, all of this led to the fact that they announced a rewrite for the first couple of chapters. For those of you that have been playing for a bit and that don't follow like their social updates, you might have realized we haven't gotten main story in a while. Like, we have a couple of chapters and we haven't gotten any new chapters for a bit. And that is because they, after all of that exploded and after people complained that the story wasn't as dark as it should have been, they committed to a full rewrite of the first couple of chapters. That is either happening this or next month. It's a month that starts with J, I forgot. Which, let's be honest, is a major undertaking and a major expensive undertaking. The events of the new chapters? They're not. They're not. I wish there was a way to have access to the season chapters, because have you thought about the following? Let's say you didn't play during Adelheid's Banner. You're not getting to play her story. For those of you that started after Heidemery, you don't get to play her entire background story. And that's, with her, kind of irrelevant because she's limited, so you might not ever have her. But what about 9, right? There's an entire background story to 9. If you randomly pull her off of Standard Banner, like, you're completely missing that shit. You're completely missing that. You're missing the context of the characters you have, which I'm not the biggest fan of. Like, just make the rewards time limited and then put that shit up so that people can play it when they get their character. I don't like the way that's done. There's another thread of light. What we've been looking for the entire run, by the way, is more effulgent compressions and more swords. We have not found either. We found one copy of Sword Rain, and that is really it. I do not want to spark any of this. Wait, do I want to spark anything? I think we're kind of good. The Adagio is sparkable, but I don't care. Let's just put a Divine on Sword Rain. Maybe we can find a funky Divine. Damage them on by 50. Defeat, draw 3. Sure. If something dies to this, which it will not, we'll draw 3. Let's do that. That's okay. That's cute. We'll fuck with the next shop. I don't like one-off story content. I don't either. I really don't either. There are trauma stories in the background, but I can tell you right now that a lot of the writing, a lot of that is not being updated because they're still doing the full story rewrite, right? Like, that's happening soon. My hope is that we're getting a lot more of that writing and a lot more of the character backgrounds once they're done with that. Once their writers are finally have had a week off. You know what I mean? My god, select and copy a card. Be still my beating heart. Next time you're out on main menu, go check the main story chapters. Yeah, remind me once I'm there. Remind me once I'm there. Let's go to scout this. Chrono. Once upon a time, drawing... God, I really want to draw Hero Troll and just say fuck it. You know what? We don't YOLO enough on this channel. Oh, baby! That's a miss. As much as you can actually miss on Heidemery, that's a miss. What do you mean you don't believe me? Ayla's gonna break here. No, I really don't like seeing her break, dude. This child makes me so sad. No, come on. Everything's gonna be fine. We're getting ice cream. I did feel like the main story was heavy pushing the captain and Renoa, and I've only done Act 1 so far. The worst part is Renoa is like worst girl, right? Like, I don't know how you feel about Renoa. I could take it or leave it. I'd much rather leave it. There's our Fortune expansion that we're definitely pushing off.
나아갈 힘을
From Archon. Come on, kiddo. Come on, kiddo. No.
준비하시죠. 제대로 들려줄게.
Like, I don't mind discarding this. We are sitting on like a... We are sitting on the world's sickest Errante Hurricane.
에란트의 힘을 보여드리죠.
Like... delicious. The child is back. Thana! How you doing, Thana? It is comfy hours. Kind of by decree. Black Rose Gunslinger Lady is my fave. Besides Tressa, I'm glad you have a favorite. No, I'm gonna pick up the Sword Flash. We're discounting the other part. Which Quietus activates anyway.
지지 않겠어요.
Give me a hero to all. Anything is fine. Oh my lord.
준비하시죠.
Alright.
않겠어요.
I get it. You have swords. Which one's the shark girl? Narja. Love me some Narji Barji.
빌려주세요. 에덴의 기회.
They're both cardboard cutouts, so they're perfect for each other. Oh, Luca, you're so correct. You're so right. You might have realized that in the last 15 seconds I haven't played a fucking card and the game just does this now. Welcome to Heidelberg.
준비할 에덴의 기회.
Narja Kuga, Narja Rala. Both of these are correct. Utterly correct. Hey look, an Effulgent expansion. Huh. Narja for Wilds? Give me Narja. Give me Narja and Wilds, and I'm actually going to favorably review Wilds instead of telling you that the game's an unoptimized mess without content. They would never... Ooh, another hero to all. Oh, let's not. Can we find the holy grail of all Hyden rebuilds? Which is an armor that does anything. The answer is no. I'm sure as fuck gonna pick up another hero to all. I want Gore Magala again. We just had Gore Magala, Thana. I'd much rather see something we haven't seen in a while. Or ever. I'm really tired of people just wanting the same shit over and over again. We literally just said, yeah, Gore was...
늘
Like,
후회한답니다.
Gore is, like, in the... I mean, it's in the game. You can, like...
기타 튜닝이라도 해볼까나?
Like, you can just fight it. It hurts like hell, but you can go fight it. You're gaslighting Care, aren't you? Wait, why are we gaslighting Care?
과자집에 도착한 거야?
No, someone can have, like, favorites that are different from the ones that I like, Alondia. That's not gaslighting. Like, let Mars like the character he likes. That is, I take no offense with that. I disagree, but that's fine, right? Oh, you're behind. See, you know, that's fine, that's fine. Nah, Gore's in, Gore's in. This is Formica. And if you're wondering, yes. Respectfully. Anyway, what are we talking about? Can we find an effulgent that doesn't suck? The answer is no. Until Care's no longer on camera, and then there will be hell to pay. Nah. Whatever. You're missing Care on all of them? Hell yeah. That's a good collection. Where do we even start? We just punch her in the face. Oh, we can't punch her in the face. We can't target her. We can only target this one. It's the only one with aggro. All the red swords are gonna hit her anyway, so it doesn't matter. Hero to all. Drawing exactly what I was hoping to draw. Let's go get some shields up. And harm. That was my first monster hunter I played. Gore Magala, together with Shaggy Magala, is one of my favorite monsters of all time. So I get it, Thana, I get it. But man, as much as I love Monster Hunter, I'm so tired of seeing the same fucking monsters in every title. I'm so tired of it. Karis Duxter's wingspan is limited and Zoe is short. A reach weapon is advantageous. A spear. Pick up a spear, you fucking coward. Do I want to do funny shit here? The answer is almost guaranteed yes. Yeah, there it is. Okay. This is the wrong one, but... Fire. It's not even Rathalos, Thana, it's the fucking Elders that keep reprinting everything. Wilds at least started well without any Elders printed. But... the same shit over and over again. Here's another Teostra, here's another fucking... Teostra, here's another Teostra, right? Like... I can't. I don't wanna. I'm tired, boss. Man, now we need to go through all of these insects again. It would be really difficult to get through all of these insects if we weren't playing the dumbest character ever printed. Like, imagine if we were playing something that had to be even remotely competent. Wouldn't that be crazy? Here's a blue Teostra. Uh-huh. One cat, two cat, red cat, blue cat. I getcha. Don't worry about it. Let's just play the entire hand. Fuck it. Alright, so you have now seen 2 runs of this. Same difficulty, pretty comparable team. 1 Adelheid, 2 characters that don't do anything. Vastly different difficulty. Entirely different difficulty. I would say a completely different run. One of these we had to think about, and then we cleared it, and that was cool. The other one, I was yapping about everything else while randomly playing cards that entered my hands. And not to... Ooh, nice. Ooh, nicer. To be completely fair here, a part of that is obviously the power level. Lady. A part of that is obviously the power level between... or the power difference between what is an E6 limited anniversary character, half anniversary character, and an accidental E2 launch character, right? Like, obviously there's a difference in power level between these two. I will hold that Yuki is super playable. I will hold Yuki is fine. Conceptually, she's good. In reality, there are issues with how she plays, obviously. And I don't need her to, like, keep step with Hydemi, for Christ's sake. If all of our DPS were as strong as that, or as brain dead to play as that, fuck, I'd hate that. But I want her to slightly stand better by herself. E6 Hydemi. Yeah. I have 2 E6 characters. 2 of them. They are exactly the 2 that you would expect them to be. They are exactly the 2 you expect them to be. Yeah, here's the general number. 0 Adel, 6 Hyde. I found a random Diana, don't ask me why. 0 Rita. I found a random Tiff. I had an E2 Tiff on when she launched. That was what I was aiming for. And then another one happened. E09. I never pulled another 9 afterwards. All of these Narjas, except the first Narja I pulled on banner, the other 2 came from the 70 free pulls for half anniversary. the 70 half anniversary free polls just dropped double Narja on me, and I was like, yeah, sure, no, fine, cool. E6 Senmatsu, because Senmatsu. I only pulled 1Shizuru. I never even wanted to pull 1Shizuru. I don't like her design. I do like her playstyle though. Damn, she's fucking fun to play, but on launch I decided, I don't know. Turns out she's fun. E2 Yuki! I will defend this character. I'm sorry. I like her, but these are intentional E2s. This is not an accidental E2 Yuki. Haru was the last character that I was missing. I didn't have one for the longest time, so we got an E0 eventually. Keiron exists, I don't give a fuck. I found another Rin during the anniversary as well. I only had one. Zero Hugo. Veronica is now at 3, don't ask me. Magna! That's my girl. E4. Really happy to have her at E4 now. That's where I wanted her to be because of counter. I love Magna. Khalip, this is the character that I wanted to reroll for when the game came out. I didn't get her, I got Magna instead and decided, you know what? That's her. And ever since then, Khalip has just been appearing in my fucking polls. Meilin, it doesn't matter. All of these are bad. Meilin matters at exactly E0. And damn does she matter at E0. E1 Olia. Olia's fine. E2 Luke, which is the value that she gets good at, that he gets good at. At E2 you make more bullets, which is nifty. I fucking hate Renoa, and yet I found 3 more, also all during half anniversary. Nifty. And then all the 4-stars are at E6, but that doesn't matter, right? Yuki's Princess Leia, if she locked the fuck in. I mean, she does have the buns for it, right? My Hugo is just E0. I really like Hugo. And I'm really happy that with the resurgence of Heidenry, a lot more people are playing Hugo. But I cannot play the Hugo Heidenry combo. I cannot play that team. Same goes for Selena. If you're following other content creators, you will have heard that this combination here is really good. And they're absolutely right. This combination is fantastic. Let me give you a quick explanation in case you haven't heard that combo yet. So the way that Hugo works, this save data is awful. Don't copy this. Hunting Instinct gets 1 stack whenever anyone plays a skill card. When another combatant plays a skill card. He doesn't have any anyway, it doesn't matter. And when you have a stack and someone else attacks, he then also attacks. That's the famous Lightning Dingo yelling. And that attack does quite a lot of damage. What you can do, and what a lot of people found out very quickly, is this sword rain that activates 5 swords in your graveyard is a skill. Which means it gives you 1 commence the hunt stack. But then, it activates really fucking weirdly. If you have 0 commence the hunt, you know what? Let me just show you. Why don't I just show you? We can do this dry and boring, or I can... No, let's not do this in Sortie, obviously. Or I can just show you the weirdness that is this shit. Well, let's just run Basin of Hyperspace, whatever. Quick Basin. We did this on a level 1 dress up. I was trying to prove a point, don't worry about it. I was trying to prove a point. It worked, by the way. So here's our Hugo. We're on Graveyard build here, that's wonderful. Hugo is on random dog shit. And then to make this consistent, to find the cards, let's just pick a Veronica, so we can find everything that we need. So. We do need a very we do need to find 1 card in opener to like make this go off. Once it shouldn't be too difficult. There it is. We just needed to find a Fulgin expansion. So we're Fulgining. This makes it so that we have 6 swords in graveyard. Right? I've deliberately not played Hunting Instinct yet. I don't want to start getting stacks. Beautiful. So. Hunting Instinct. Now when we play a skill card, we gain a stack. And when we have a stack, we gain 1 attack.
여러분, 준비하시죠.
If I play this Sword Rain and attack this enemy, how many attacks will Hugo get? We get 1 stack from it, he attacks once, right?
뒤늦은 후회보단 앞으로 나아갈.
I forgot this thing's about to fucking die, never mind. Hugo gets 0 attacks because we killed it by accident. Sorry, next turn we're gonna do this to the big guy. And then it will work better. Oops.
강력한 공격이 예상되지
Alright, Sword Rain.
않았어요. 주의하십시오.
We now have 2 stacks.
앞으로 나아갈.
Okay, he got 2 attacks because the enemy died. Showing you this turns out is slightly more difficult than I thought. Let me just tell you what happens. When you find an enemy that doesn't fucking die instantly to this, let's say you have 0 commence the hunt. You play Sword Rain, you gain 1 stack. You activate all 5 swords in graveyard. Hugo will now attack 5 times. If you have 1 stack, that stack goes away. He will attack 5 times. If you have 5 stacks, all of those stacks go away and he attacks 5 times. No matter how many stacks you have, Hugo will attack 5 times per Sword Rain unless the target of Sword Rain dies. As I think we've shown quite successfully over here. We can try this again.
앞으로 나아갈.
I'm pretty sure the same thing's gonna happen. Anyway. Somewhere along the way, when Commence the Hunt checks whether it can attack, it sees the card being played, and it sees an attack registering, and it goes, oh, I have a stack, I can follow on that attack. But Sword Rain smuggles 4 other attacks with it. And Commence the Hunt now sits there and goes like, oh damn, I agreed to attack on this, now I have to. So no matter how many stacks you have, you get 5 attacks per Commence the Hunt, per Sword Rain. Which means if you play 4 Sword Rains per turn, Hugo not only doesn't need any other skill cards being played ever, except for this bitch, you don't need to worry about anything else, but he also gets 20 Lightning Dingos per turn.
여러분,
Just by doing this.
앞으로 나아갈.
And yes, you can make Sword Rain cost 0. Wonder how long until they patch this? They're not. Because we've already had multiple emergency patches since then. It's not in there. So, this is why Hugo is really good. Well, Hugo is really good for a number of other reasons, but this is why Hugo is really good with Heidemery. However, Graveyard Heidemery isn't really the only Heidemery being played. There's kind of 4 Heidemery builds. And I would say, outside of like gimmicky shit, we're not talking about like Dreamworld. Fuck off with Dreamworld, I do not want to think about it. If we're thinking just about core Heidemery builds, I would say they're roughly equivalent to one another. Some of them excel at other things, but you can play any one of these and you're going to be doing perfectly fine. One of them is Graveyard, obviously. Sword Rain, Sword Rain, Sword Rain. This build is missing a Sword Rain and it has a Persona card, neither of which it should. I don't play Graveyard. Why do I not play Graveyard? Because I can't trigger Crimson Blades with this. I have exactly 1 link card, well, 2 link cards. This thing's usually engrave. I want to trigger Crimson Blade 5 times each turn. If I cannot do that, I lose damage, which means this build is really cool. But once you're at E6, like even at E2, I would consider playing one of the other builds. You don't have to. This build is very easy to play. And if you're sitting on like an E4 or whatever and you just want to play this. You're gonna be fine, right? But I would argue that it's probably not ideal to play this once you're at like higher unlock levels for her. This is one of the other builds. Well, this is roughly one of the other builds. This is missing a lot of crafting on it. Like a lot of my builds for her, because I locked into this build relatively quickly. This is my preferred one. My other ones are either not crafted well or there's some other jank in them. In this one, the Persona card is jank as hell. But the idea is the same one. You have a shit ton of effulgent expansions. And these make effulgent blades. You link a ton of things in your hand, and then you play like all of those swords out. Then you have, this is one of the very, very first builds that, this is like a day one build. When, not exactly day one, but close enough. When Hydromy released, we thought this was the best way to play her. Get a shit ton of Thread of Lights to buff swords, get them into graveyard, and then just fire a couple of swords. It's not really how we play her now, but it took about 2 more days until we realized that that wasn't the way to play her. The way that I play her is like this. This Effulgent expansion, create Effulgent Blades for each link card in hand, is really powerful. You are trying to link off your entire hand. You can do this in 2 ways. In this build, you're doing it with Effulgent expansions, a lot of Effulgent expansions, and then ultimately you're playing this one to discard all of them and make a sword for each one of them. Let's say you have 10 cards in hand, one of them is this Effulgent expansion, the other 9 are link cards. This will make 9 swords. And then activate all of the link cards if they're Quietus, right? It sends all of them to grave. You can make a stupid amount of swords with this per turn, which all do damage when discarded, obviously. So I'm trying to draw sword rains, which make 2 Effulgent Blades each turn. I have 2 blades per turn. I have a Hero to All that also just makes linked cards in hand, because all I care about is cards being linked. We've got bonus damage from this discard Persona Obsidian, and then once you have link cards in hand, you fire Effulgent expansion, you send your entire hand, you trigger all of the red swords, you trigger all of the bonus damage, you make 9 Effulgent Blades, you send those 2, and Bob's your uncle. Eventually, you get to play your Effulgent Release for 1 billion points of damage, and there you are, problem solved. Right, that's it. That's it. Along the way, you stack Cube. Unfortunately, Cube is super limited now to 45% maximum. I have one of the 50% engravings on her for funsies. I think the other ones are bad. The other ones are pretty bad. This is more critical damage to attack cards of this unit. This doesn't matter. But ultimately, this is just a really steady amount of discard, which allows me to proc Crimson Blade. Now, here's the problem with all of this. Let's say you link your entire hand together, right? Let's say you have 6 cards in hand, 2 Sword Rains, and then 2 Effulgent Blades each, so 4 Effulgent Blades. You play one of them, that's it. Hugo only triggers on that played card. And I think, at least, he will trigger on the Quietest Sword Rain. He does not trigger on Effulgent Blades. Effulgent Blades do not get activated. They do 151% extra attack to a random enemy when discarded. That's not an activation, weirdly enough. So Lightning Dingo does not trigger off of this. Every Hydromy deck that plays from hand and actively uses her discards is going to suffer from that problem. Where Hugo, as well as Selena, which follows a similar line of thinking, will not be able to actively activate on those things. The only thing that really gets around that is this, because Sword Rain activates 5 blades in graveyard, and all 5 of those count for Hugo, all of 5 of them count for Selena. Because I cannot play the graveyard build on the reason of E6, or I don't want to play it because it's not effective, and Hugo and Selena don't really work on the other builds, or they do much, much, much less on the other builds, I'm kind of locked out from playing those alongside, right? Kind of locked out from playing those alongside. Well, that's really all there is to it. What is Dream World? Let me show you. Dream World is a card that they need to ban somehow. Why do I have time cards? Dream World is a card that, unless they ban this in future seasons, is going to ruin the rest of the game. So, this is a generic card that any character can pick up. Any character can pick this up in the current Seasonal Chaos. The way it works is it's a Quietus card, so when discarded, it activates. Cool. Quietus cards are sick. What does it do? 300% damage. When this card is discarded, discard 2 random cards from draw pile. Oh. Imagine, if you will, you have a support with a minimal deck size, because we're playing our supports pretty lean these days, and 4 of those. You can actually get more than 4 of those because you can buy more of these in a shop. You can copy them and you can buy more of them. So getting 5 of these is semi-difficult, but not unreasonable. But let's say you have 4 of those. Imagine then, if you will, that your other support also has 4 of those. Imagine then, if you will, that your main DPS also has 4 of those. Just, you know, as a joke. Just imagine that. Your deck is now full of 12 Doom Worlds. There exists an equipment that is very easy to get in the current chaos that says, at the start of the turn, discard a Quietus card in hand. Got Wedding Ring. Start of your turn, you discard a Dream World from your hand. This Dream World will now discard 2 random cards from draw pile. Let's, as a laugh, say it hits 2 more Dream Worlds. Both of those are Quietus, and both of them have just been discarded, which means those 2 will now discard 2 more cards by themselves. They will now discard 4 more cards from your deck. They'll hit other cards, but let's just say they hit 2 other cards that aren't Dream Worlds, and then they hit 2 more Dream Worlds. The discard continues. There is a world which you can reach through resetting relatively easily, where you discard maybe not all of your deck, but let's say you discard 10 of those 12 Dream Worlds that are in your deck. You discard 10. That's 3000% damage. For a lot of farm content, that's already enough to like kill farm content. And that's fine. That is not an issue. That is not an issue at all. However, you see that this has a like little gray line? This can Epiphany. Because it's a generic card, it can only get generic Epiphanies. Generic Epiphanies are the ones that say, draw 1, gain 1 AP, attack cards can't roll draw 1, so it can't get that. It can be treated as a common card and draw a common card, it is already a common card. But because it's Quietus, whatever you put on this will activate with the rest of the card, right? So let's say this can gain 1 AP, it will now gain you AP. If... like, that's already stupid. It could give you Resolve, it could give you Fortitude, whatever, it doesn't matter. What a lot of these generic Epiphanies have in common with each other is that they scale based on how expensive the card is. You all will have seen on Cassius, for example, one build that's very popular on Cassius at the moment is to get Devil Die, a generic for 1 turn gain 2 morale. Because Devil Die originally cost 1, this can only ever be 2 morale. The more expensive the card is though, the higher this gets. And it turns out that at 3 mana, this reads for 1 turn gain 4. You have sent 10 Dream Worlds to your graveyard. They have activated. All of them give 4 morale per activation. You have just gained 40 morale. Every point of morale is plus 20% damage. Are you seeing where this is going? You have currently gained, by starting your turn, mind you, plus 800% bonus damage to every attack you're going to be playing for the rest of the turn. Now, the downside is, you have just discarded most of your deck to the graveyard. If not all of your deck is now currently in the graveyard. But remember that when a card gets discarded, it goes to the discard pile. And when a card gets activated, it gets to the used card pile. When your deck is empty, your discard pile gets shuffled back in. And your used card pile stays where it is. So if you have any amount of draw in your hand, which you damn well should because you're running double support, right? You can now empty the rest of your deck either by a drawing or by discarding more, getting rid of the other 2 Dream Worlds that you have in there. Shuffle your discard pile, which is all of the normal cards in your deck, all of the normal like attacks that you have, your actual game plan, so to speak. All of that you accidentally collaterally discarded goes back into your deck now because they haven't actually been used. They've just been discarded, so you can shuffle those this turn. And you can just draw those. You now begin what is basically a fresh turn with plus 40 morale. 40 morale is the conservative estimate. You can get 60, which is 1,200 bonus percent to every attack card you play. Now you might realize that something like a Heidemery is pretty scary if those swords do 151% damage. That 1,200%, well, let's stick with the 800% to be like more middle of the pack, right? That's additive. So that sword is now 951%. Are you seeing the problem? Are you seeing why this is fucking stupid? You can still make 20 of those. Like, nothing's stopping you from sending 20 of those. They now hit for almost 1,000% each, but sure. And that's the problem with Dreamworld. Dreamworld shouldn't exist. It flat out shouldn't exist, or at least it should not give morale. As a generic quietus that you can funnily en masse discard at the start of a fight in order to clear like some fucking material farm stages, I don't even mind it. But it is disgusting as a thing that exists for everything else. The current ranking is filled with that team. I haven't looked at the ranking in a couple of days, but basically, yeah. I don't want to call anyone out on this because obviously the people that are playing high ranking... Ooh, look, daily reset. The people that are playing high ranking are doing whatever the game is allowing them to do. We can have a quick look at Great Rift. I know that at the top end, Akko over here, Akko specifically is someone that was popularizing a different build entirely. They're not playing that build. They're playing what I would call mentally defunct Nia, where the purpose of this run is to break Nia over and over again, because there's a funny Heidemery interaction with Nia. Here, I'll explain this as well. Effulgent Blade has a funny line of text on it. It says, this card does not move to draw pile on shuffle. Why? Because they don't want you to delete your deck with this. But you can make like a couple hundred of these. If you then play shuffle, which is funnily named, you move all cards in hand and discard pile to draw pile. Even though Effulgent Blade says it can't be moved to the deck via shuffle, it means the turn shuffle. This does move it. Let's say you have 50 swords in your graveyard. You now move 50 of them to your deck. Nia's ego skill says discard your deck. You've now discarded 50 swords. All of them trigger. In this fight specifically, you get your ego skill back a lot. Which means you can do this multiple times. And because the swords don't get used, the next time you do it, you will have more swords. And the one afterward, you'll have even more swords. Akko, which is the person whose data I'm showing you right now, made a video on this. They posted a video about this, and it's actually kind of sick that they made it to top 1. And there's a couple of other players that have also done this now. That they've made it so high without abusing Dreamworld. Instead, they're abusing Nia. But this is a really cool strategy. You just make Nia break down 3 to 4 times, and every single time you fire all of the swords in your graveyard at the opponent by putting them in your deck and then throwing them out again. It's very, very nifty. Cassie's gonna get nerfed. It's really Heidemery that's doing it. Cassie's shuffle is just accidentally cool. Without calling anyone else out, if I look through like the rest of the top 10, weirdly enough, everyone's playing Mental Break Nia now, huh? That's kind of nifty. you can see, like, as soon as someone finds something, everyone kind of jumps onto this. There's, like, minor Dreamworld support here. Like, tiny levels of Dreamworld support here. But last week, the entire top 10, with one and then two exceptions, was all mass Dreamworld. Like, if I go down in number a little bit, like, to 1.4 mil, we might see more of it. We're currently not seeing it at all. That's fancy as all hell. No more? Ah, here we are. There we are. There we go. There's only one here. There's two on Hyderme. This isn't even a lot of Dreamworld. It's good enough, though. Right? They're not going to refer. No, they're not. All they need to do is kill this card. That's all they need to do. And I really hope they do kill this card. CZN has done one thing that I think is very interesting. Because a lot of the times in gacha games, we're worried about power creep, right? If you've played any other modern gacha game, or even like old school gacha game, like 10, 20 years ago, power creep is kind of perverse. Because a lot of the time, it leads you to have to get the new unit. You have to get the new unit, you have to get the new unit, because that's the next strongest thing. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Hyderme isn't disgustingly powerful. Like, she really is. Serenial was the same thing, right? Nine was the same thing. All of these characters are really, really good. However, not only have they buffed older characters repeatedly at this point and tried to keep them relevant, they've also done a pretty fucking good job at that. While in this Great Rift, every second team plays Hyderme, the first teams are disgustingly diverse. You can play whatever the fuck you want in your first team. Bring a pet character. You can totally do that. Almost everyone is viable to play. Instead, the power creep that we've gotten is mechanical power creep. The actual runs have given us more and more power, but that is power that any character gets to use. So instead of the newest character being the hottest shit and being really OP, everyone is? And I don't really know how to take that. What I'm worried about, obviously, is that what are they going to do in Season 4, right? Like, how are they topping, we can make characters that auto-clear a stage? How are they topping that? How are they topping, hey, gain 80 morale? I do hope that they rein this in a little bit, and I do hope that outliers like this Quietus, but it's always Quietus that's the culprit here. I do hope that they're reining this in a little bit, not to nerf characters overall, but to keep future League mechanics interesting and desirable to build, that they're killing this dumb shit. What about the corruption mode that's supposed to come out for characters? The, like, big scary mode that they've announced? I have no idea when that's coming. I have no idea when that's coming. What was that called again? What was that called again? I forgot about the timeline, but I actually forgot that they were going to release that. I hope that's going to be sick. Because right now, the only thing we really have to do, obviously, is Spiral Tower, right? And Spiral Tower, not gonna lie to you, I need to prove that I've actually beaten this before I tell you that this is a joke. This mode's a joke. This was supposed to be difficult. It's just not. My first run through was on a Selena that didn't activate with a Hyderme that had no enchantments. Like, nothing. It didn't have divines on anything. This Selena fired like twice per round, maybe at most. Wait, you can get her to, like, a lot more. And that just auto-cleared. This team also just kind of... I mean, it's Narja, for fuck's sake, right? Narja and Malin walk through this by themselves as well. Spiral Tower is fun to do once or twice, but then it's not difficult. It really, really, really isn't. Hold up. Let me... There we go. Slightly more pleasant background music. We'll see what the next mode brings. They've definitely followed through on their whole difficulty thing, Sortie is inherently difficult if you don't play Hadamari, right? And the higher level you play as, the more difficult it gets even then. The runs that we've done today are pretty damn harmless because I'm just farming, right? I think I like Sortie as a mode. I like Sortie quite a lot. We don't have to worry about like dumb shit like this, right? The whole crafting thing has made building characters a lot more accessible as well. That I'm a fan of. In general, I'm really, really excited for the future of the game. But I worry about the massive power spike that was Season 3. Not in terms of characters, but purely in terms of... now that we can play any season data on bosses and all we're losing is 0.5% points, what's stopping me from just doing like Dreamworld bullshit next fight? Where we might not have the break mechanic and Dreamworld is once again Rune League Supreme. I would just like another dude, just one of these. Yeah, we haven't received a single guy since launch, right? So I don't know whether you saw the interview, but they asked the director like, hey, why aren't we getting new dudes? And he just kind of like laughed and didn't answer. I mean, I can tell you why we're not getting more dudes, because they don't want to get any more death threats from utterly deranged assholes that think that that's a okay thing to do. I would almost guarantee you that that's the answer. I would also like a couple more guys. The ones that we currently have, I kind of like. I like Luke, it turns out. I like Cassius. Hugo is just the best guy. I love this man. And I don't care about Charon. Charon can go die in a ditch. So can Lucas and Owen, but... I just want cool characters. We can do with another guy. Obviously, we're not getting another guy. We're getting Tenebria and Faye next. But we'll see. The characters are necessarily getting stronger. I mean, they are. The means to get stronger are getting stronger themselves. I wouldn't even say the characters are necessarily stronger. The last character we got was Adelheid. And... I want to be careful here. But... Adel... isn't what I would call... great. She's very good at one thing, and that's Sortie. She's very stable in Sortie. She does a lot there. And that's it. I still have major issues with Adel as a character. For example, the characters that I really want to play her with, I cannot play her with. Because her entire kit gets invalidated by that. So the way that Adel works is you put Blessing on things, right? And Blessing says when that card is played, you get shields. Sick. I really want to play her with Magna. I really want to play her with Magna. However, Magna's save data is almost, not this one, is almost entirely upgrade cards. If any of these upgrade cards ever get Blessing, that's a fucking waste of a Blessing card. What you'd want is all of those Blessings to hit every other card. And then those cards, whenever they get played, while Magna has no other cards, you hit whatever other supporter you're playing in Adel, you generate shield that way. However, you need to get to fucking E4 before that's a thing. On E4, she says, when a Blessing upgrade card is used, apply Blessing to one random card in draw pile. That shit should have been base kit. And that part I find utterly insulting. Because this makes her work with upgrade-based characters, or with any character that has like 1 or 2 upgrade cards in deck. Fucking Veronica, for Christ's sake. Right? It is so insultingly annoying that that baseline functionality isn't locked behind an E1 or something. That would have been annoying but understandable. Isn't locked behind an E2. They lock the damage buff that she has behind that, which, sure, fine, whatever. But behind E4. And Adel is very inherently a character that doesn't look like she does a lot, but will be the entire backbone of your defense. Like, she'll be the reason you live, you just won't notice her doing it, right? And it's hard to justify a non-flashy character like this. All of her animations are flashy as fuck, and her animations are absolute peak. But a mechanically non-flashy character like this, it's hard to justify getting to an E4 just to enable some baseline functionality that allows you to play her with Magna. We'll see. Let's make characters that fit really well for this one specific thing, and you have to bend over backwards to use anywhere else. So here's the problem. Here's the problem, Ringsong. They've specifically stated that they want to do the opposite. They want characters to be versatile, and they want you to be able to play characters in many different ways. And the release of Hydermary has shown that, yeah, you can make a DPS with 4 different builds that are all equally kind of cool. And the release of Adel has shown that, yeah, you can make a character that isn't overall all that great, but can definitely do like 2 different things. Adel can also be a card draw engine, a weird one, and I don't think one that's solved quite yet, but you can do that too. They're definitely still struggling getting into that direction. I think Tefera is the character where they've done best at with that philosophy, because Casino Tiff exists, right? The route that they've taken so far instead is, here is a hyper-specific challenge mode with really, really specific conditions that you need to bring almost exactly this character for, right? Usually when they post a difficult challenge, it's blindingly obvious what character they want you to use this with. Because our character roster is getting there, but it's not deep enough yet to have like, hey, this wants you to use haste cards. Here are 3 characters that all can do haste. No, like you pick Rin, for fuck's sake. Hey, this requires a bullet character. There are 3 bullet characters. Rinoa, Diana, Luke. We don't talk about Lucas. But that one's really the exception, right? Hey, this boss wants you to hit them with like really expensive cards. There's exactly FTC and 9, and you'll play them together in the same team. Or Casino Tiff, which also goes into the same fucking team, right? Like, it works like this, right? You can see in the current Great Rift, I think, that there's a lot of skill expression in team building still, even though the last team is always Hydermary plus her 2 accomplices. The first team is pretty varied, and the way that people are beating the boss is pretty interesting. But usually it's obvious who they want you to bring. I don't necessarily mind that design too much, if it means that we can have relatively flexible characters otherwise. And we'll see what they do with, what's-her-face, with Tenebria now. Passion Psionic leaves a lot of room for interpretation. Not that the roles mean too much, if we're being entirely honest. Psionic could be fucking anything. So far, the roles are vague suggestions at best, and it's not like Passion attribute means anything. In fact, Passion is kind of the only attribute that does mean it's something. Because if they ever print a Passion healer, this game dies immediately. Like, they have made themselves a detonate button. If we print a Passion healer that in any way, shape, or form pluses cards or pluses AP, now there's only Malin. There's nothing else anymore. There's only Malin. I will live to see that day, hopefully. Alright. Alright. It is late. We have played through the entirety of Magnus's +1 hour card. So, I am gonna go leave it here. Oh, main story, yeah. What do you want me to check on main story, Galonia? What do you actually want me to look at? Like, Like, Act 1, 2, 3. Oh, I see. No, oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Burning Life. That is just season 2. That's season 1, season 2. So we do have the seasonal stories. We do have the seasonal stories, but we do not have the character stories. What I mean by character stories is... this. No, not even this. Where's the Adel story? Oh, I need to still do the rest. Oops. This stuff, right? I will run that later. But good shout, Galonia. Very good shout. Alright, everyone. Thank you for indulging in me just needing to comfort stream today. I'm not gonna lie to you. I might do that tomorrow as well. Mechanicus resumes soon. I hope I can just fuck around tomorrow too. We'll see. I don't want to decide right now. I don't know. I'll be a little bit better tomorrow. Maybe I won't. I don't know yet. I can promise you there will be a stream tomorrow. That's the thing I can tell you. We'll be back here at 4 p.m. CEST. And you know what? You know what? You've all been so good. You want a spoiler for next week? You all want a spoiler for next week? Like a little bit of a preview. We have... Hold up, I need to see whether this is published information. I'm pretty sure this is published information. Yes, it is. Next week, the newest Rogue Trader DLC comes out. On Thursday, June 11th, the next Rogue Trader big story DLC comes out. I will be starting a new Rogue Trader playthrough. However, instead of just subjecting you all to me playing Rogue Trader again, I am going to be using this as an excuse to lore dump 40k on someone. Next week, we are starting a co-op playthrough, fresh from the start, of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. All DLCs, hopefully all content. Somehow, I got Sari to agree to play 40k with me. So next week, Thursday, I will be starting at a slightly later time next week, because I have to. And Sari and I are going to kick off co-op 40k. Which, oh my god, fuck yeah. Outside of that, this is going to be like a weekly or bi-weekly thing, so it's not going to be that's all we're doing. We're going to meet up every now and again for a session of it. So everything else normally resumes. But we get to kick it off there. With that being said, where are we going? Where are we going? Hold up, what's the time? The time is... Army is still alive. I'm gonna throw you all that army. Zoop. Kensei, thank you for the rate message. We're just gonna take Kensei's rate message. Kindly provided to us. There you go. Everybody, one last time, thank you so much for being here. I hope you all have a great rest of your day, or night, or evening, whatever it is, wherever you currently are. Hopefully see you tomorrow, 4 p.m. I'll tell you what we do then. I'm sure I'll decide by the start of stream. Until then, everybody, enjoy your weekend, and good night.